The Browns pick is already in. You did good at the combine. Houston is on the clock. I need to get some water. Texans picked quickly. They might go tackle. This has to be an offensive lineman. Oh, they got the Iowa State receiver. Well, he's a very good receiver. Six four, 214. Ran a 4.47 at the combine. It's the Browns again, Raiders and Patriots. You're taking a break? Don't worry. They want to. Oh, the Seahawks traded. Verizon Small Business Days. Oh, the Seahawks must have traded. Yeah, the Seahawks traded up. This could be for nope. It's not gonna be for Sanders. They got Sam Donald. Never mind. Seahawks could go Mike Green here. This could definitely be a Mike Green destination. I mean, the Texans got a good wide receiver in Higgins. His NFL comp is Nico Collins, who he's going to be playing with in Houston. I think this is for Mike Green.
The third round pick later on tonight, packaged with the pick they got from Pittsburgh to move up into this spot, 35th overall. Daniel, while we have a couple seconds, you want to try and take a shot right here?
Well, I'm just looking at a couple things. I'm looking at Joe Sabanaya. It's my last interior offensive line with the top 15 grade. Is my best available player. It's the big safety from South Carolina.
Nick Omenoye. That could be who it is as well.
And tall safeties sound like Seattle, right? So the Seahawks just popped in to the third pick of the night. Just want to let you know that Nike and the NFL are teaming up to give fans and players an opportunity to connect like never before through the Rivalries program. NFL rivalry games will be elevated over the next 4 seasons with specifically designed Nike uniforms and fan gear.
I mean, the Seahawks traded up for a reason. So I think it's Mike Green or Nick Omenoye.
Communities together, quite like a top-notch rivalry.
Let's find out.
Congratulations, you're on the clock. And tonight, you'll be chosen into an rival. A long-standing tradition of intensity, fury, and community. It doesn't matter what pick you are, you'll be bulletin board material to another team and its fans. They'll do everything in their power to take yours. The only thing they'll want more than winning is seeing you not. So hug your family, thank your coach, and get ready to end up on opposite sides of the ball, the map, and history. The stakes are high, but there's two sides to this game, and you can remind them how much they have to fear.
So that sounds like a very familiar voice. Sherman.
Richard Sherman announcing the Seahawks pick.
The next rival has been chosen. The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick.
It is Nick Omenoye. That's a great fit for Seattle.
And the Bull almost would welcome in a guy who kind of looks like he could have played in the Legion of Boom.
No question. You see my comparison down there is Kyle Duggar, but if you think about the role in which to use it.
Cam Chancellor?
From Baltimore, where their head coach Mike McDaniel and that defense is very familiar how to use
Did the Seahawks just get their new Cam Chancellor?
That's where he's most impactful. He can get underneath routes like you see right here. He can read and react. He sees it cleanly. He trusts it. He really shoots the gun and goes and makes plays. You want somebody that's reliable and physical in the alley. This is a guy who's 220 plus pounds. He will get you on the ground.
That's a big safety.
Passes. He's able to get to those quickly, get guys on the ground. You can blitz them, and now look at the talent. That
They are building one heck of a defense in Seattle.
You go back to pure Legion of Boom, that size and that look. That's Cam Chancellor.
That is Cam Chancellor. He just got a new Cam Chancellor.
The look of him is the look of those 1980 safeties, the Steve Atwaters, Dennis Smiths.
Great pick by the Seahawks. I wanted them in Washington, but Washington decided to go a different direction.
Is the man that has been for quite some time in Seattle. All right, so the Cleveland Browns are about to is in Vegas on the clock. We're now on Shador watch again right now. In case you're just joining us, Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker from UCLA, was the first pick of the night. Cleveland chose him there, and you were talking, Charles, earlier that if they wanted Shador, they were going to mess around.
You're not going to give someone else a chance.
So if they didn't take him there, the odds are we're not about to hear his name.
Cleveland is a QB needy team, though.
Jack Thomas in the crowd. It's here with the 36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select.
Oh, they got the running back out of Ohio State.
One of the Buckeye running backs, and it's Sean Jenkins. That's the choice of the Cleveland Browns.
Their Nick Chubb replacement?
State back, straight on Henderson. Going to get a little bit more.
He's quick. Jenkins is quick.
Jenkins, to me, this is a player that reminded a little bit of Sonny Michel in terms of guy who carried 221 pounds really well. He can do a lot of work between the tackles, just real quick. Who gets his pads low.
That's a really good running back for Cleveland. Nick Chubb is no longer in Cleveland.
With the stiff arm right here.
They replace him with Judkins.
Did a lot of the Cleveland Browns. They're going to love this. Joel, this Penn State game, he was Mariano Rivera. He was the closer in that ball game. The definition of a 4-minute back. Time for Next Gen Stats powered by AWS. Look at those athleticism scores for the running back.
92 athletic score.
We closed down that Penn State game. And when I look about him last year was very team-oriented. When he transferred from Ole Miss, part of that was that he wanted to share the role with Trevion Henderson to take a little of that wear and tear off of his body. It was prevalent in there at Ole Miss, and he came in and he got a lot of touches his first couple of years. I mean, a ton of touches. He played college football, and so he wanted a little of that responsibility to be shared, and he got that with Trevion Henderson. I thought that they would have had a better year as runners if that offensive line would have stayed healthy with Josh Sims, the left tackle. But it
I think Cleveland just got their new franchise running back.
all year long, and in particular, his physicality in the blocking game. Trevion Henderson was such a great blocker and pass protection, and that started to bleed over.
He's 6 foot, 221 pounds, and ran a 4.48 40-yard dash, 38.5 vertical jump, 11 broad jump. That's a great back for Cleveland.
There, just after that November but it's less than 7 minutes to go. Las Vegas is taking even years all 7 minutes right now. Although Miami just traded in, so that's potentially why they were taking all that time that they were talking trade. So Miami now is in with a minute to go, and the Raiders just traded out Miami. Miami is kind of far down the list there from 48. Well, I live in Florida. There's only some soon things to do it. So
I could see maybe a Luther Burden.
from
Maybe Mike Green goes here. Will Johnson is still available.
just moved down this position, and again, listen, well, obviously, so you've got a quarterback like the Sanders who slips through the first match, and each opportunity that you're possibly going to see him go tonight, and he doesn't.
I don't think Miami goes Sanders, even though you got the health issues of
I
Tua.
think Miami just did this for
They have other needs, but I'm just looking at my list, and it's hard when the Miami Dolphins straight up. But I'm looking at this kid Mason Taylor, and I'm thinking of Miami Dolphins, and I'm thinking, how fun would that be? I don't know if that's a direction they would look at.
That would be a nice fit.
Lineman. There's some nursery teams out there, big tackles from Minnesota. Sabanero, we've talked about him from Arizona, offensive lineman. There's out there as a receiver if they can end up moving Tyreek Hill. There's a lot of different. Remember Jalen Ramsey? They're talking about moving Jalen Ramsey.
I think they replace him with Will Johnson.
Rebuilding. Chris Greer, their GM, came out and said, we're looking to rebuild. And here we are making moves here in the second round. He's signaling it's not a rebuild. We're trying to get players. He's come back to Michigan. Yeah.
So they traded a second this year, a third, and a fourth heading to Vegas. And then Miami gets a second, which is this pick, and a fifth.
Vegas, and then 143rd pick. And the fifth round comes back. So here's my Dolphins pick. What Eagle? Wisconsin Badger.
We got a trade here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaianaya.
Oh, they got a guard.
Let's go.
Like I said, you got to keep Tua alive.
Well, inside, my guy Pontius really reminded me of coming out of college.
So you kind of protect him.
Big, strong, powerful man. Who can move like he tested really, really well. Ran 4.95 in the 40, so he can really scoop. To me, you get him physical in the run game, but you don't lose all that move. You want to get into the perimeter as Dolphins.
So Alec Eagle just introduced a new teammate who's going to block for him. Pretty neat stuff right there. So the Dolphins just traded him. And are now
I think that's a good pick for Miami.
with Miami.
Keeps Tua standing in the back. Keeps Tua standing upright. So Miami goes guard out of Arizona. Now New England is on the clock, followed by Chicago and the Saints, and then back to Chicago. New England got a tackle in the first round in Will Campbell. So in the second round, they could go wide receiver. I know they just got Stephon Diggs. They could go running back. The other Ohio State running back is still on the board.
By Alexis and the later Miami Dolphins, somewhat Brown. That's in Seattle. The Patriots have a big left arm and block for the Patriots. Nancy, Will Campbell.
They could go in another offensive lineman, like a guard or a center.
The offense stays. Which last year I understand why I looked at it just because of the lack of depth behind him at that position.
I guess they could have taken somebody like offense and defense in the same players.
Well, remember, so only one of those that ship was sailed.
I not in Cleveland yet. That's a lot of Browns fans. You don't think so? Cal? No. I think Coach Sean Judkins is a nice piece of refuge for a lot of fans there. When he does the OH, when he scores in Cleveland, I'm sure that's gonna.
I'm thinking maybe a wide receiver or Henderson, the running back.
What do you think, Daniel?
To me, it's all about the quarterback. They went out, got the tackle at Will Campbell. You could look at adding a weapon here as a receiver, someone to come in here. They did step on.
I think either Luther Burden or Hampton if they're looking for a weapon.
So this has got to be about Drake Bay. You've got to help him out and give him some more firepower.
There's good wide receivers. Yeah, which one jumps out at you?
I mean, I think Luther Burden is explosive, so I like him. Noel's a very similar player, right? So you know those two guys you got to get your pick. But then I love Travion Henderson. His electricity as a runner, but then you can throw it to him and he'll block. So he's an every down back.
I think they go Henderson or Luther Burden for this pick. That's my guess.
Evaluate what those after that. Well, I think what you brought up though is they have to have someone that scares people. They haven't had people on offense scare anyone in a number of years. Like defensive coordinators, they line up and respect New England. No one stays up an extra hour preparing for New England. That has to change. Travion Henderson's the type of player that makes you have to start having that word.
Here comes the commissioner, James White, the former Badger who scored the first ever walk-off touchdown in Super Bowl.
To help make the New England Patriots selection.
Well, he's going to come out later.
Special Olympic athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports Partner return. Both are unified flag football teammates from Special Olympics.
Let's see.
Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active to unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Reed, you got the stage.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Travion Henderson.
It is Henderson. I said it. I said either Henderson or Luther Burden.
To New England. Travion.
You gotta help Drake May out.
And Ramondre Stevenson.
And Henderson
has a very polysyllabic backfield.
will help him out.
They're going to be running the football for the New England Patriots.
See my comparison there is at bottom. Clint Forrest. Think about how unbelievable he was, not just as a runner, but in pass protection. And someone who has the speed to hit home runs.
I mean, Trayvon Henderson is a 3-down back.
He is absolutely.
He can catch the ball. Obviously, he can run it.
As you see here,
And he has the speed. And he can block.
On a double hook, a little sluggo, creates the separation. You get yourself a home run.
He's one of those backs who doesn't have to get off the field. He can stay on the field the whole game. Unless, rest-wise. But he can stay on the field the majority of the game.
Daniel Woodhead, James White, they always had running backs with value with the pass game. What I love about Travion is that he started out games
Mike Vrabel, the new head coach in New England, is drafting well.
So he lost confidence, went through an injury period in his career. He developed an incredibly strong face.
He's drafting well.
If he at his best this in his life year, and I tell you, you want to see somebody with just a fierce protection. Like you said, that's the good stuff. Do you love football or do you love being a football player? This guy loves football. You can tell when he's blocking in CD.
That's a good offense. You got Drake May, Trayvon Henderson, Stephon Diggs, Hunter Henry, and then Will Campbell, who they drafted last night.
He can stay on the field, and you're not worried about pass protection. He keeps your quarterback upright, and he hits the home runs that Daniel talked about. One last time, guys, look at that roster, and you tell me who scares you. Trayvon Henderson becomes a guy now you have to consider that maybe this little year.
Gotta watch out for Henderson.
Buckeye just drafted a Buckeye, right? And does Josh McDaniels have something to do with the
Chicago's on the clock,
here?
followed by the Saints, and back to Chicago.
He certainly is familiar. I think he was connecting on that old Michigan quarterback. Maybe. I don't know. So check it out. 2 minutes now from the 6 months. I got first 38. What about the first 18?
I think there was 3 Wolverines, but the Buckeyes had the most first rounders, Rich, if you're not. That was 4 in the first. The SEC Big Ten just taking like 20 steps to the first 32 picks left. Get ready for more of that in the future, too.
What do you think the Bears do here? We see them chance the next 21 minutes.
We thought they might go running back, but those 2 Ohio State running backs just go right in front of them. They get the tight end need checked off. Very big time player there. I look on the defensive side of the ball, D-line, edge guys, DTs. There's a lot of valuable players there. I'm just going off what's left in my top 50 here. And you've got Alexander, a DT from Toledo. You've got Mike Raines, a first-round player all day long. If you're comfortable with some of the situations we talked about off the field. Izaraku, the edge rusher from Boston College. I mean, you've got Landon Jackson from Arkansas. There's a lot of options for the edge rushers.
So the pick is in for the Bears. The Saints are on the clock. Then the Bears go again. Jets, Niners, Cowboys. After that, we're live here in Green Bay on night number 2 yesterday.
Bears fans were hoping that one of those backs was going to get to them right there. And they didn't make it. So they'll run on Jenkins and Henderson. That's the fans. Maybe not their front office, but I think that a lot of people are hoping that either Jenkins or Henderson. And the interesting part is we talked about these new coaches taking over at their places. They are leaning into what that coach wants. Liam Cohen getting what he wanted in Jacksonville early. Ben Johnson now, you think about what they've done already. So they continue to add offense here. I mean, you to build what that go about it that over there. Draft is about giving answers to young quarterbacks. Think about what all these teams are doing.
Chicago is loaded at the wide receiver position.
Space. Take the long term. That's real weapon. Chicago, what are you at? All right. Simmer down.
Simmer down.
With the 39th pick and the 2025 NFL Draft. The 2025 NFC North champions, Chicago Bears. Select Luther Burden.
It is Luther Burden.
So now we know why Antoine.
He's one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft.
His multiple talents. Offense. He's my best available receiver. I thought he had a chance to go in for bottom of the first round.
And his pro comp is DJ Moore. It's to reunite with his NFL comp.
These guys end up being teammates, but it's because of what he does after the catch. I mean, with the love fund who they got, now you get another one. You've got playmakers who can get vertical, but also guys.
They got Colston Loveland in the first round, and then they come back in the second and get Luther Burden.
Down the field when you're watching Missouri, the quarterback play was not always consistent this year. You see some route snap. The question was, okay, he doesn't have a variety of routes that he runs. I'm not worried about that. He's so loose and so fluid, so smooth. I think he's going to be fine.
He's kind of like a Debo Samuel if Debo was, back in 2021 Debo. Jaden Reed, another NFL comparison. I could see that. It's the yak. Yards after catch, he has it.
And go and celebrate some teammates. Want to take a look and see something very similar? Take a look at Jaden Reed. Just comes underneath. You miss, he goes, finds his way, and a little power this time. Gets to the end zone. These guys are big-time players. Now he goes Chicago and adds to the overall weapons.
You're giving Caleb Williams some weapons. DJ Moore, they drafted Roma Dunze last year, Luther Burden, and they added Colston Loveland last night. And they still have Cole Kmet.
Spencer Rattler had some time last year, and then who might they draft? Then maybe quarterback tonight. Yeah.
The Saints.
As you mentioned, have uncertainty, significant uncertainty.
This could be Shedeur Sanders.
Surgery on his shoulder, may or may not.
Because Derek Carr is dealing with a shoulder injury.
2025. He would like to, his consultant, no answer yet. What we are going to learn a little bit right now is how seriously he seems to be needing quarterback.
Good quarterback. She was saying there's much football player. He's the highest rated quarterback. So to me, just where they played what we saw on the field last year, that's the direction that I would go. Chuck is bigger, he's stronger, he can move better. But to me, the team should have Sanders was true. You mentioned playing indoors. We go talk about the Rams and Shedeur Sanders. They didn't play dogs, plays indoors, but they kept the floor. Was one of those quarterbacks who won by anticipation, much more than he did by a physical stat.
This could be a spot for Sanders.
So Shedeur Sanders in terms of what he's looking for. Let's see if it turns out. Saying like you're talking about just his place. Kelvin and Shedeur share that image. They have to be anticipatory. And we're throwing now some numbers in the field because
The Saints pick is in. Is this where Sanders night stops falling? Is this when Sanders stops falling in the draft?
They were able to stop and probably helped out the Saints too. This was the 7 new draft teams announced tonight. Out of the quarterback, 2 of them running backs, 2 of them receivers.
I mean, does the Saints draft Sanders at pick 40? It is a quarterback. It is not Shedeur Sanders. It's Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. Wow.
Right to its starting challenge. Saints. He's given a great opportunity to come in.
Wow. And Sanders is still falling in the draft.
three degrees. Even credit for that look. Ability is something you can discuss, and we'll get to that in a second. But here's the physical.
He has a cannon. He can launch it. Good touch on his throws.
He's comfortable doing that with plenty of velocity with them. And here's some of the game, those other on angles, the positions that you find himself in. He's a gifted thrower. It's something that he do is the durability. The rest of the other team started with.
Wow, okay. The Saints now have a possibly new QB for this upcoming season. 6'5", 219. Ran a 4.63. And the Bills just traded up with the Chicago Bears. So the Buffalo Bills are on the clock.
Well, you talked about issue that was terrible for all of us. He doesn't have a COVID year. He never gets to that last year of college, which is where he showed he could stay healthy and have a really productive year. He was very good last year. Very good. Tall. He's got a good arm. He's very smart. All of those things from Taylor shape. And this the combination where Sanders played for one head coach is the time of money. Which is big college football. You know, so you talk about adaptability, he's certainly going to come down there and be one of the areas that guys will you mentioned him last year. He's on the tech bar. Yeah, great spot to go. Good quarterback tutor. And from this standpoint, the injuries were pushing so long. So not necessarily needing that he's in transfer. He wants to prove that the Bears just traded out. Sisters with a lot of weight. So he's
So the Bills are getting a second, which is this pick, a third round pick, and a seventh. And they're giving up a couple picks to move up to pick 41.
Traded that also. That at some point, get Caleb Williams, and then they drafted Robert Hughes into the just to see how less than a minutes to right now.
Buffalo's pick is in.
Safeties, I don't know. There's a safety working at the right to wide receiver. So if I look at the top 50, a couple guys here, looking at Jalen Moore from Iowa State. You got Jack Bash from TCU. You got Kyle Williams from Washington State. Those have been the three highest rated receivers I have this week. So look at him for the Buffalo Bills over in the West. And see these championships. Find out who they are trading up together. But New York Jets. And the Bills just folks what they call the Jets are going to play an interesting just a year ago. People thought the Bills were going over going into the season. And these people all raise that, offer opportunity to show the Jets were coming to me to my the team. But Josh Allen said to that challenge last year and said, I see basketball, let's do it. It's my turn now. And he did it in a huge way. This Daniel's talking about receivers and the things they should move back to this year. Last year they asked him to carry. He did it well. They give him a little extra taste this year to make him his burden that he's
There's some good defensive linemen still available.
They're going, yeah, good lines. And it's not set for him. So they can it's at the jet, there's no way to figure it out. James Allen, or they play enough defense
Because
I think this is going to be a defensive pick for Buffalo. I'm thinking defense.
it's a great response for the draft up on the edge. And Vanessa's a big player on the edge for the game. You're not getting that decision center. So it's being that flow for stuff. Edge guy would take a lot of sense.
Mike Green is still on the board. I'm really hoping he doesn't go to Buffalo.
First pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders.
They went defensive tackle TJ Sanders out of South Carolina.
One thing is you have with him is you have some inside pass rush. Charles, you talked about that edge rush. I think they're hoping Bosa's going to come in there and help them with that a little bit. Now you've got somebody with the versatility with up and down the line of scrimmage, and they hope to be a disruptive force inside.
This is Sean McDermott saying, I want to help Ed Oliver. Right? He wants to get Ed Oliver more one-on-ones, more opportunity for
That's a good pick.
he wants an extra run.
You pair him with Ed Oliver,
Got TJ Sanders. So
that's going to be a dangerous defensive interior in Buffalo.
Defensive tackle and added to this defense that they drafted Maxwell Harrison last night and Joey Bosa. If I had told you TJ Sanders would be the first Sanders in this draft, they would want that thing is high words. The doors just stand loose, waiting to get that phone ball. Back to Wisconsin.
Okay, so the Jets are on the clock. Their pick is already in. I mean, Sanders is still falling down the draft. I don't know what other team. I mean, I'm looking. Unless a team trades up from the third round into the second round, there's really no team that needs a quarterback in this second round. Not saying the Raiders can't draft one because they signed Geno Smith. Or they traded for Geno Smith and they re-signed him. Maybe the Rams go after Sanders? Get like a replacement for Matthew Stafford? Because Pittsburgh doesn't have a second round pick. If he manages to slide out of the second round, maybe in the third round, Sanders goes to Pittsburgh. But as of right now, it's not looking like Sanders is going to be a second round pick. Just based off how the draft board is falling. I mean, a team from the third round can trade back into the second and draft him. But, I mean, you look at the remaining teams, none of them need QBs. They've all got a QB on their team. The franchise QB. I mean, we'll see what happens. Franchise Gaming.
That, yeah, sure. We're sending back to you from Wisconsin right now. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
Let's try to find some potential landing spots for Shador Sanders, as you mentioned. The Sanders who has not yet gone tonight. Start to look at Shador Sanders as a backup, not a starter. So the teams coming up here who have done work on the backup quarterbacks that kind of clump right in the middle. The Dallas Cowboys have the Indianapolis Colts who have an open quarterback competition. Daniel Jones and Anthony.
I didn't even think about drafting someone as a backup, but you wouldn't draft a QB.
So they traded back in the round. They are still considering Shador Sanders. We will see where he ends up going. If not, the Steelers in the third round of hospital.
And then, of course, there's been mentioned that if the Rams are in that, looking over the steering wheel down the road department, they do choose after the Colts. So the Rams.
I did say the Rams might be the lone team in the second round to draft Sanders.
So break for their selection that's already done, and then these Cowboys, the Clock, the Niners. So there's a couple of picks to get to, and so I guess there's like planes stacked up like in a Newark. So let's get the Jets selection. John Abraham coming out for the 2020 class of the Jets with the 2020.
With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end.
They get a weapon for Justin Fields.
So the Jets do go tight end after passing up opportunities in the last.
His pro comp is Zach Ertz.
The Dolphin great playing for the Jets. How great is that?
A tackle and a tight end. I thought if they went tackle first, they might have a tight end like Mason Taylor there. If they went tight end first, I didn't think those tackles would be there. All the tackles are gone, and he's the last tight end in the top 50. They're staring at. I love this player who was ready to step in. Right.
Mason Taylor's a great tight end. He's probably the third best tight end in this class.
Game winner against Alabama as a true freshman.
He has great hands.
Out down the seam. He's got outstanding hands. Just tracks the ball naturally. And it's not bad when you've got a Hall of Famer for a dad as well as a Hall of Famer uncle. My dad was a pastor. My uncle was a fireman. So I'm blaming them for why I don't ever be. It wasn't a good football player. They both would put out fires. Dad and your uncle. But here's the thing I'm thinking about. You guys have said it multiple times. Look, draft Joe Flat. Others. Okay, you look at the Jets depth chart right now. Jeremy Brucker is the starter right now. He's going to come in right away, Mason Taylor, and compete hard to be the starting tight end for the New York Jets. And that really helps Justin Fields as he acclimates to New York.
The San Francisco 49ers are sending Tony Pearson from the 2000 draft class out to announce the 2025 pick.
The Niners pick is in.
With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D tackle, Texans.
It's interesting to see how they're rebuilding this
Okay.
with the 49ers. Michael Williams in the first come back with Alfred Collins.
They lost Javon Kinlaw.
Run defenders, not necessarily known for their pass rush. You see glimpses of it with Collins, but this is a massive man at almost 6'6", 330 pounds.
That's a big dude. 6'6", 330.
He's going to see where the Rams have gone with a physical approach. It looks like the Niners are trying to mirror that here. And 1 year of pure starting ability, right, Joel? Because he was sitting back behind some big guys. Devondre Sweat was there. They had some finally Orsi talked about Byron Murphy in Seattle. They had some clearance, but this guy, I think, is a big physical guy. And now you got to go ahead and deal with him in the NFC West.
The Cowboys just made their selection. When we come back, we'll get back. The Colts just went on the clock and we welcome them.
Okay, so Dallas's pick is in. Could they go wide receiver? Possibly. I mean, Luther Bowden's already gone. Jaden Higgins is already gone. They could get the other Iowa State wide receiver. They could go defense. No matter who they pick, I just don't want them to pick someone that I would like Washington to pick when they pick at 61. So Dallas drafted they drafted Booker in the first round. God. There's some good edge rushers still available as well.
Where the public ransom actually one sort of concept here. Well, it's in the group there. It's said linebackers is big an issue inside their building. It's this house.
Yeah, they got Tyler Booker in the first round.
They got two girls. One. Yes.
They do need running back help. Yeah, like no running backs. I mean, they signed two of them. They got Donovan,
It's a guy who runs fast.
another guy that I wanted Washington to pick in the first round. I think he's a really good edge rusher. That's why I wanted Washington to go get him. And now we have to face him twice a year. Because he went to Dallas. Out of all 31 of the teams, Dallas is the one he goes to. Great.
Who was that? Coach Boston College, who is now here in Green Bay as the defensive coordinator for the Commanders. You know, he's got what I feel like it's great development there, and production. You know, 16 and a half sacks. It's led the college. But you guys have made the point about these quarterbacks staying the extra year, getting that at that time, and the production that comes to the NFL. They want the same for them for this one too. He had a 10-year report. He said he was chasing sacks instead of playing the game the way he should play it. Because in your office minds are gone. This year he let it go.
The Colts pick is already in.
Watch the factor in the NFC playing the Giants. Was it here?
Now I'm getting a little bit more excited that we got a tackle as a Washington Commanders fan.
It's so good to be out here and have this opportunity in 2020 given the circumstances, but I'm back in Wisconsin. It's always a good time out here, man. Shout out to Salem City, man. This is a dream come true, but Colts Nation, let's find out what my new teammates gonna be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau.
Now the edge rushers are flying off the board. Okay, not flying off the board, but they're coming off. They're going off the board.
Go back a couple of years to what he was able to do against Penn State and State College.
I'm thinking the Rams might draft Sanders just because Matthew Stafford's getting up there in age. You can get Sanders now. I think if the Rams don't draft him, then it's going to be Pittsburgh in the 3rd round. Yeah. Now the edge rushers are coming off the board.
This is a really good player. I think that the Colts are in for 6.5 sacks.
Yeah, he was good. I mean, Washington needed edge rushers in the 1st round. That's why I wanted them to select actually, the guy that I want them to select is still on the board. I mean, obviously, I wanted to also select Nick Amenwariye, but that didn't happen either. I mean, Donovan was one of the edge rushers that I wanted Washington to pick, and now he's going to Dallas. Out of all teams, he's going to Dallas. I mean, there's still some edge rushers in this draft. I'm just hoping Washington and or Carolina can draft one. I'm hoping more of Washington drafts one because we lost a couple edge rushers. Well, most. We lost Dante Fowler, who had like 10 sacks last season. He went back to Dallas. So we need edge help.
Operation sites recreation moving to a more comfortable location for firefighters to rest between calls. Was from Vegas. The Rams traded out of the first round. They're about to make their first draft choice in this draft. It's so rare to have the team have 2 first-round picks in the following year's draft. Well, they're eager to make a pick in the current year's draft, but such is the case for the Rams, who are plugging it out, wearing their fire department gear, celebrating. Which choice would you think, Daniel?
I talked to Les Snead this morning, and he felt, man, first of all, that's a great trade. If they get a future one with the Atlanta Falcons. But he felt like there's a good chance the pick they make tonight would be the same guy they would have taken had they not traded out. So he surveyed the landscape and thought the value that they had for a player, maybe the rest of the league didn't share, and that's playing the draft game the right way. If that's
Okay.
looking at 3 tight ends and Arroyo, Fannin, Ferguson. I'm looking at receivers, Jack Pesh. Those are some names that jump out to me.
They did lose Cooper Cup, so this could be a wide receiver.
Rams breaking 2025.
All right. What do you do, Green Bay?
So first and foremost, just want to send a huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders and in our military. Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikhail. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's go.
From the
Let's get into this pick. With a 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end.
It's the tight end out of Oregon.
I saw him play live.
He's a really good tight end. I was kind of hoping he would fall in the 3rd or 4th round.
Twins, almost the exact same size, which is ideal. And this is someone who can really build speed down the field and is excellent after the catch. Here he is, once he's on the move with stiff arms, breaking tackles, running away from defenders. That almost 6'6" frame.
He's a tall tight end too. He's
Is going to enjoy targeting him. And someone who had, along with Mason Taylor and Fannin, who I think will go before
6'5", 247. Ran a 4.63 at the combine. And a 39-inch vertical jump and a 10.2 broad jump.
Knows where the sticks are. Good instincts in the middle. Looks like a power forward. Center. But moves like a small forward. Saw the wiggle. He saw the shift in the pass routes to create the separation.
That's a good fit though.
Big man doing that.
For Terrence Ferguson to the Rams.
It's a Senior Bowl week.
So Tyler Higbee is still there as well. So a couple of tight ends at the
Arizona's pick is already in.
The great Matthew Stafford there. How about Nakua and Devontae Adams? That's up there on any
top 2 wide receiver tandem in the NFL. And we're just going to enjoy it. It's not going to see a whole lot of attention on those guys out there. Those two settled the number thing so easily, too. Devontae gets his number. Here's the latest Cardinals pick from Arizona, not the Vatican. No white smoke yet, this.
What's up, Green Bay?
No, he's squared.
And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson.
There goes Will Johnson.
All right. So Will Johnson having Patrick Peterson read out his name.
His
Consolation for
NFL comp is Richard Sherman.
If he's healthy, they just got to pass it.
What a steal. If he's healthy, what a steal in the draft.
This guy was going to be 16th player. He probably at a position like corner would have gone higher than that because it's always a position of need. Great instincts. He's tough on the edge. He's long. He reminds me of Patrick Surtain in that respect. He's played since day one at Michigan, and again, he just had a heart.
He does kind of remind me of Patrick Surtain.
Play against the elite players like Marvin Harrison. You win those battles on the outside. He's a terrific player. He battles turf.
Wow, in the late second round, Arizona snags Will Johnson.
And so there you go. Great value.
That could be the steal of the whole second round.
It's a Cardinal fit. You love this pick, and congratulations.
That could totally be the steal of this draft. And the second round of the draft.
Or when the ball's up in the air. This is what he does best to me, is when he can play top down.
Sticky coverage.
From the receiver to the quarterback, he can drive a big 6 here against USC. This is a Cardinals team that doesn't play a ton of third in the league. He's going to be in a perfect scheme fit for his skill set. So the Vegas Raiders started the night 37th overall. They moved down. Miami flipped them the 98th overall pick as part of the trade. And a second round pick that they just traded out of again. Houston got the 99th overall pick in the draft last night from the Giants. Soon we moved up to 10th. Jackson Dart. Well, Houston just flipped back to the Raiders to move up right now. So the Raiders have moved down twice, Ian Rappaport.
They have it. If they're going to select Shador Sanders, it's going to be later than we had originally talked about. But I want to discuss the Will Johnson situation. So much of the talk going in, hamstring, turf toe. It was about the knee, long-term concerns. Can he make it to his second contract? How long did he play? Condition similar to what Miles Jackson, by the way, played 7 years, had coming in. He has no swelling. It is not painful. Goes back to a surgery he had 2 years ago. The Cardinals feeling confident at this point in the draft in selecting him.
47th overall for a guy that had a top 5 grade after winning the championship a couple years ago with Michigan. Houston's on the clock. I think it's in Cincinnati's on the clock. And the Raiders are keeping their fans waiting for their next picks here in Green Bay.
So the Texans pick is in, and they just picked Jaden Higgins in the second round with the 34th pick. Now they are back on the clock after trading with the Vegas Raiders, and their pick is already in. I mean, Houston needs to build that defense up, or even draft some offensive linemen. I know they drafted. Did they draft one in the first round, or did they trade out the first round? They need to protect CJ Stroud, so I think they go offensive lineman, or they need us to build up that defense and go like defensive lineman or something. I'm thinking offensive lineman. You gotta protect your franchise QB, which would be CJ Stroud.
In this round, they moved up to 35th overall. Take Team Glory earlier. Texas get the first round selection that they traded out up for the Giants. They got Giants guards. They got 2 and a 3. Earlier, they move back up to.
I'm gonna go and say the Texans are drafting a offensive tackle.
Trade alert, trade alert. Those boys in Houston are making moves right now. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 48th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 48th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Ariante Nursery, tackle, Minnesota.
They needed a tackle. They got one.
Massive human baby error.
6'6", 331.
If you want to try and rush through his chest, you're going to have problems. The issues show up when he goes against the more athletic guys who can free direct and get him going one way and have to turn back other ways. You'll see some flashes of visibility there, CD, but I think the inability to bend at times was concerning. This, to me, a guy some people thought had a chance to go at the bottom of the first round. Other teams had third, fourth round grades off. So, to me, one of the more polarizing players in the draft. And you got to think that Houston feels good about getting him where they did, but he doesn't have to be a star.
That's not a bad offensive line if you're Houston.
Remember, they picked up Cam Robinson from Minnesota, formerly of Jacksonville. They'll probably play left tackle. Blake Fisher, they got last year. He became the starting right tackle as a rookie. And look at the backups in the interior. David Tomlinson's on the roster now, and Ingram Cooper from Minnesota. And Trent Brown is there, who always seems to show up someplace a massive man, but they don't get him to skip play anyway. We have to see what the competition is and who shakes out at the line.
The Bengals are on the clock.
No, stand on about 7 games.
That was a good tackle selection by the Houston Texans. They needed tackle help. You got to protect CJ Stroud. That's exactly what they did. Cincinnati's pick is in.
An old school name. It's him I'm going to stay. Most pick Shamar Stewart. We're 17th overall. Look at cowboying up on here. Tim Frumron. He's going to stay. Nice lining in the jacket. The 49th is draft of the 2025 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker, South Carolina.
Wow. Okay.
His eye character leader, someone who's an excellent leader, and someone who plays a physical brand of football. So you want to play
Almost 6'2", 235.
Junior, at times he struggled in coverage, that reared his head a little bit at the Senior Bowl. But if you want the nerve center of your defense to be a communicator,
He's a hard hitter, though.
You're in there, watch the tape, and get guys on the same page.
He's not afraid to tackle.
The thing you have to keep in mind with this Cincinnati Bengal linebacker, Joel, as you know,
He's not afraid to hit.
Pratt played a lot of football over the last 5 years. Pratt has talked about being traded this offseason. Picked up Warren Burks in free agency. So here you get another young guy that you try to plug into the lineup. Young-ish, 25. He has a wife, Jinsey. It's a couple of children. But he's a leader. 1 year at South Carolina, stepped in and was captain.
It's a token NIL, young. Twice with their first two picks.
The Seahawks pick is already in.
Number 15.
The Seahawks, with the 35th pick, drafted Nick Amenwariye. Watch, now they're going to pick Mike Green, who is still on the board. There's a guy who I wanted Washington to pick in the first round, and he's still on the board. And I bet you Seattle's going to pick him. If Seattle doesn't pick Mike Green, I don't think he falls all the way to Carolina, let alone Washington. I think he's too good of an edge rusher to fall all the way down to 57 or 61. I think he goes right here, the Seahawks. That's my guess.
It's raw cold out there. Tomorrow's supposed to be beautiful sunny. This is NFL draft. Traffic nobody had it on the news.
Mike Green is probably going to be a Seahawk with this pick.
Press with your radio background. That's it. The bang. You do agrees. Good triplet and do also the person.
So we're to get the Seahawks second round donation tonight. Then it was supposed to be the problem for the Panthers traded out.
Ooh, the Panthers traded up?
7th overall, but it really involves 8 draft picks. My goodness. All right, well, we'll get to that whole spiel in a second. Meanwhile, the Titans are now draft choosing. Well, you pick for it. Multiple.
I think this is going to be Mike Green.
Before we start, I gotta say happy birthday to my son, birthday.
Happy birthday.
the 50th pick in the 2020-2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arrowhead, tight end.
They did not pick Mike Green, and Carolina traded up.
Vertical seam stretching tight end. Ironically, the comparison is Noah Fant, and Noah Fant has been
6'5", 250.
Going to replace the guy I compared it to. And Noah Fant, big time athletic.
He's a good athletic tight end. He can move. For a guy who's 6'5", what, 240, 250? He can move.
There's going to be a lot of options for him to hit home runs with Sam Darnold, get vertical down the seam, and he can get big plays. You don't have to rely on the guys on the outside. He gets jump plays from inside. Battled a ton of injuries. So
I like the Seahawks draft.
injuries in 2020.
Got an offensive lineman.
CD
They got Nick Amenwalier.
got better.
And they just got a field stretching tight end out of Miami.
For defenses to handle.
And then Carolina just traded up.
Things that they have for him. And DJ, you mentioned Sam Darnold. Last year, Sam Darnold.
Mike Green is still on the board. Can this be Mike Green?
The tight end play in Minnesota. That really helps Sam Darnold get going. So even though Ben's going out, Elijah Royal jumping in. Tight end's going to be an integral part of their offense. Right here.
Oh, another weapon for Bryce Young?
51st overall. And we got 6 spots. 2 first spots in the middle draft choice and all the trade. Is that the blank worker 7? Here comes 200. What's up, Wisconsin? Panthers fans, hey, keep pounding, man. Shout out to God, shout out Memorial Nolan. The Denver Broncos have traded the 51st pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Swartzen, the end.
Nick Swartzen, you know what? I'm okay with that. It's not Mike Green, but I am okay with Nick Swartzen. He's the second edge rusher other than Mike Green I would have wanted. His pro comp is Brandon Graham. I'm okay with that.
This guy was all over the field. He went there and had a terrific couple of seasons. So
What did we have to give up, pick-wise?
This guy was a monster as a sophomore in sacks. He led the Big Ten, excuse me, in sacks that year.
We desperately needed edge rush. I'm actually 100% okay with this pick. It's not Mike Green, but it's an edge rusher, and we desperately needed edge rush help. But how much picks did we give up?
This is a player that can allow you with his big time get off, but he's someone that can go through you. He can get you late because of that power work off of it. But look at his body here. He's 257 pounds.
That's a big guy. 257?
His body type. The probably how to play the word is right. We're from the Tennessee Titans in selecting the first pick of this draft. The 35th overall tonight.
Are we going to hear what Carolina had to give up?
So now the Titans are going to make their first bet since Stanford. It's people. Right? Now let's go, man. And with the 52nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select
I would have never even tried to pronounce his name. I would mess it up.
That's when he got the attention of the NFL because there was first when I watched him, because you see all that explosiveness off the ball. You saw this range, this burst.
He's a hard hitter. He's a linebacker converted defensive end.
So to me, it's more natural and confident when he's coming off the edge. Get that carry from the end of the season to the postseason at the Seniors Bowl against USC. With his ability to stay after it, with his effort and pursuit, was never wavered from Washington. First pick of the night from UCLA. Defense.
Look at Fish of the Night on UCLA's from defense. Moments after hearing his name called at the number one overall pick last night, and Jordan autographed his first official jersey as a member of the Titans. You can jersey and signed jersey from all
I want to hear what Carolina had to give up to get Nick Scourton.
all proceeds will be donated to the respective players' high school football program. Stuff like that. The Packers are now back on the clock. The Bucks have made their latest pick. The Chargers are on it. The Bears are final to pick again, which means Seth Rollins might have a chance to cut that promo. Here's his name.
Okay. I'm 100% okay with it. The edge rushers were coming off the board. The Cowboys got Donovan. Colts got JT. We traded up with Denver and selected Nick Scourton, edge out of Texas A&M. We still don't know what the trade number was, pick-wise. And then the Titans drafted an edge out of UCLA. And Tampa has their pick in. Good. I think the Ravens might get Mike Green. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see what happens with Tampa. The second round is almost done. So Tampa's pick is in. Green Bay's on the clock. And then it's Chargers, Chicago, Denver, Raiders, Baltimore Lions, Commanders, back to Chicago, Kansas City, and then Philadelphia to end the second round.
These are here now. Sunday. That currently went home telling everybody which way to go, where the entrance is. What's that? They're pouring in there. That way, go that way. So look at the scene right here. So now you look at your phone, I can have a minute. The commercial break, so you just chime in on it. My son Xander just told me, monster father. Wow. Everybody's an evaluator. And you're coming on camera right there. I'm not that guy. Oh, geez, you said it. I'm sitting up in my seat. So good. All right, here's the thing, ladies. It's sitting nice. Should have won NFL Network years ago and cheat sheet on the show. What's up, Green Bay? Yeah, I love the energy. Love the energy. And with that in mind, with the 53rd pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the
Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Benjamin Morrison.
Benjamin Morrison.
Notre Dame.
The fact that he was still on the board kind of shocked me.
He has been healthy. Would have been long gone by now. He's a first.
Oh, he was injured? That makes more sense. Because he's a good corner.
Talking about earlier today. Oh no, smooth he is. Yep. He can really find and locate the ball, make plays down the field. He's going to fit in perfectly with the style of defense they have in Tampa. The big time burst.
He's a
Very.
he's a really good corner.
Can you tell the Packers run it?
To get him at 53 is a steal. I mean, it's not really as much of a steal as Will Johnson to Arizona at 47. But Benjamin Morrison, I think, should have been a mid-second at least.
Receiver in March for the first 3 years. Well, the corner was the area I thought they might go. I thought they might go with Pierce last night. Instead, the receivers. So looking at the cornerback stat, we only have one left in the top 50 corners. That's stripping yes. But then we've got some other reach guys. This is the mistakes about him.
I like Revers from East Carolina. I think he's good.
So I thought they might go against it's no longer there. So fans will fired up. And it's the flip side. Because randomly the apples and lettuce if you're seeing it. This looks good. That's it. You can dream that so far better. Oh, Green Bay, make some noise. I have some special guests up here to help make the Green Bay Packers choice. So give it up, Packers playing Jordy Nelson.
He was such a good wide receiver.
Thanks, Commissioner. I also want to introduce Keegan and Marcellus for the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth like them as part of our Inspire Change initiative. The NFL works with Boys and Girls Club nationwide to help young people find their voices, advocate for issues important to them, and become future leaders. Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick.
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
The Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Felton, tackle, North Carolina State.
He got a tackle. Got to keep Jordan Love upright.
As a tackle, 16 tackles an interior offensive lineman on their floor. Green Bay, he's got to compete right away. He's going to get a chance. I would think a left tackle are in good shape with Zach Thomas. Right tackle, 6'6", 336 pounds.
Dang.
He creates a little bit of the run game. See, I thought he was a little better in the run game than he was in the pass game. He does have anchor. To me, the issue was a little bit some of the speed that he would face.
6'6", almost 340.
It's a massive human being. Now, I'm curious again to see, does he get the opportunity to compete for that job right away? I think he does get the opportunity to compete right away. Rasheed Walker pulls down that spot right now, Joel. I think that it's going to be big-time competition left tackle position there. And with the way Green Bay wants to run it with Josh Jacobs, that plays into what Anthony Bell does best early as they try and get him comfortable.
He's pushing a car? Like a...
Trying to get that lower body power get in place there.
That's a... That is like an that is an Escalade. Or close to one.
Guys, I'm just going to continue to highlight these guys. No star recruit, qualifying academically late in the process, goes to North Carolina State after a year at just and moves himself into a second-round pick. Like that is available. Players out there. It doesn't matter where you're recruiting. There is a path to your dreams through hard and dedication. The Chargers are about to make a selection.
And I know Wisconsin a lot. Elbert Jordan wearing some Brewers throwback gear. Oh, Jordan. The Jordan Thomas coming up now.
Well, listen. Hey. Good to be back home, baby. Well, Nation, I see you over there. With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi. Okay.
Receiver who can granted man coverage.
Get some speed.
Runner. An outstanding hands. Drops up in the elimination for this Chargers team. Now you get Trey Harris, who can win on the outside and get on top of the season, going to separate right there, track the ball.
He has long strides.
Plays outside. And if you want to put him inside, he's versatile to be able to do that when his size and strength plays to his advantage.
Good route running.
First inside out, the run cooking is what got me most excited in this.
Stop and go.
Possesses. Josh Mills first gone. At the top, they have a superstar already. They have Justin Herbert and once second goes by moving play, man coverage.
That's a good offense. Justin Herbert, they just got Amani and Hampton, Najee Harris, Lat McConkey, and then Trey Harris. Build that offense.
In El Segundo, California, the Chargers have gone offense twice to start off their draft. The Bears' latest pick at WWE superstars. Seth Rollins, fresh off of taking from Braves, Shift Pops.
So the Bears have gotten Colson Loveland in the first round and Luther Burden in the second round. I mean, was Chicago drafting two offensive weapons for their QB, Caleb Williams? I think they go defense or offensive line. I mean, you gotta protect Caleb Williams. I mean, it's great giving him all these weapons, but if he's on his back most of the game, how is he gonna get it to his new weapons? You gotta give him some sort of protection.
Lions just traded up 3 spots. The Broncos are choosing 51st overall. They moved down to 57th.
Oh, the Lions jumped the Commanders.
And a 7th round pick from Carolina. They just flipped back to the Lions by allowing the Lions to move up 3 spots, collected another 4th. So everybody's moving around the draft board. That Lions pick is now also in. Vegas is on the clock finally. They moved out multiple times tonight. The question is, who's being John? Who's sitting there on top? Taylor Jeremiah's draft board at 20th overall. Could it finally be time for Shedeur Sanders to hear his name? With the Vegas Raiders ending his extremely long, expectedly long wait. But that's for another moment, because Vegas is currently less than 4 minutes to go. There's 7 minutes. That's the end of round 2. Round 3 will be 5 minutes. Now it's time for some highly entertaining stuff.
This should be good. this should be entertaining.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Is that all you got? Come on, you can be a I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field. Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field. In case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Trapillo, tackle.
They needed a tackle. I said offensive lineman, and I was correct. You gotta get Caleb Williams some help on that offensive line.
We are a long way from who knows that much.
And they did just that. 6'8", over 300. He's 316 pounds at 6'8". He's giant.
As a rusher, when he sees that rush, he's able to lock him out with his length and able to control the bend. It's not elite CD, but someone who does stay off the ground. He has really good balance. It's hard to find guys who don't necessarily always bend well that have balance. He's unique in that.
You give Caleb Williams 2 weapons in Colston Loveland and Luther Bowden. You come back with pick 56 and draft a offensive tackle.
In the Japan Bowl that I played in at the end of my senior year, I was teammates with Ozzy's father, Steve.
You got to keep Williams upright so he can go to his new weapons. And DJ Moore
Very disciplined.
and Robin Dunze.
Disciplined football player.
Straight. Ramrod straight, red fine. I just gotta sit up straight, certainly with my oldest son. Listen, when you get the value, I'm saying we're sitting up straight. It's now time to get the Lions latest pick. Here in Green Bay.
honored to have with us a surviving family member of the United States Army Specialist, Christopher Kuby, who will announce the selection of the Detroit Lions second-round pick. As a proud soldier, Christopher deployed to Iraq, where he was tragically killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18. Specialist Kuby's service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son. Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Detroit Lions select a Raiders guard from Georgia.
You got a guard.
Principal football player takes out of Georgia. Takes excellent angles.
6'6", just over 300 pounds.
Ankle surgery that he played through, but at 6'6.5", 308 pounds. I was surprised about how well he tested. He got healthy in the spring, and once that happened, you saw the athleticism that he had, which is going to
Good pass protector.
Next Gen Stats powered by AWS. When you look at his numbers and how that stacks up in this class, it was outstanding, and that helped recapture his momentum with a 98 score. Wow, among all these
98.
But guys, I got
Wow.
Detroit Lions. They play on Thanksgiving every year. You play well in that game, they give you a turkey leg. St. Rowlands won't be receiving; he might be giving the turkey leg. Hold on, supply the turkey for Thanksgiving every year in Detroit. So to me, that's a value pick. Yeah, is that one for him and one for everyone else?
That's awesome.
Oh, goodness. You can look eye to eye with so much super right.
Good question. Hey, Big Dan to go out hunting with him.
They got a defensive lineman in the first round, and they got a offensive lineman in the second round.
Here comes the Raiders. First pick of the night. Tricks got twice. It's time for Steve Wisniewski to read it.
Ravens on the clock. Raiders pick is in.
NFL fans here in Green Bay. It's fun tonight. You guys sound amazing. And I get the privilege of representing some other amazing fans out there in Raider Nation. I was blessed to play 13 years with the Silver and Black. And the man that used to always make this pick is a Raider legend and NFL Hall of Famer, Willie Brown. And I want to give a shout out to Willie Brown. His tradition in this place was he wanted to give a heartfelt appreciation and thanks to all the mothers of the NFL community. It's 2 weeks till Mother's Day, and he always wished them an early Happy Mother's Day. If you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that dream possible. Tonight, we have another dream being made. With the 58th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver,
Wow.
Texas Christian. Just win, baby. Son's a stud in Vegas.
That's a good receiver.
It's incredible. When you watch him and how competitive he is, and we'll get to the personal story here in a second. I think, actually, Charles, we should actually probably lead with the personal story. So the question has come on to us, I'll hand it to you. Remember, he had his brother Tiger Best. Princeton football player, terrific, all Ivy League player. Gave his life saving someone on the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans, trying to get people out of the way that car hurtling down, gave his life for others, and then did the best thing at the Senior Bowl a month later to the day. They caught the game-winning touchdown pass with 7 seconds on the clock, which was his brother's jersey number. Jack wore that number that day in the Senior Bowl, and I think that was good for him. So now she transferred to TCU. DJ, you can talk about the football now, but the emotions that have to be flowing with his family as he continues to play.
He's heading to Vegas.
It's going to be some story.
Allen Robinson II in his NFL comp.
On the field actually helped people when he catch. It's just
Physical yak and ball skills.
Jack Bench is a player. Allen Robinson, think about how great he was this league. That's what it reminds me of. Just physical.
I mean, the Raiders needed wide receivers. I mean, there's like no wide receivers on the Vegas roster. I mean, they have Trey Tucker. They have the former Patriot has been on the Raiders for a couple of seasons. I'm blanking on his name.
He might be the toughest wide receiver in this trip. They got tougher in Vegas. So that last thing, and what he was at LSU. And on the run,
So the Raiders, they brought in Geno Smith via trade. They drafted Ashton Genty in the first round. They brought in Raheem Mostert in the free agency. They got a great tight end in Brock Bowers last year. And then now they just picked up a wide receiver at a TCU. The Raiders desperately needed some sort of weapon for Geno Smith. I mean, he can't do anything with 2 wide receivers. And then, I mean, I'm not saying anything about the tight end. The tight end is a franchise tight end. But wide receiver wise, in Vegas, they had maybe 2. You can say maybe, they had definitely 2, maybe 3 wide receivers on their roster. They got this guy. Much improvement. I mean, they're still going to have to draft at least 1 or 2 more receivers. Maybe bring in a receiver in free agency after the draft. But the Ravens pick is already in. Broncos are on the clock. Then it's the Washington Commanders with pick 61. If Mike Green can last these next 3 picks or 2 picks, that's the guy I want. We could still get Mike Green in Washington. I mean, yeah, we can't get a Will Johnson or Donovan Esqueriki or Nick Amenwari. Nick Amenwari and Donovan. Donovan went to the Cowboys, and Nick Amenwari went to the Seahawks. So we got the Ravens and the Broncos. The Ravens pick is already in. Broncos is on the clock. And then it's the Commanders pick. I think the Ravens, I mean, both the Ravens or the Broncos could get Defensive line help. Two QBs went ahead of Sanders. Wow. Well, three, but Cam Ward went one. Jackson Dutt went 25. The Saints got Tyler Shaw out of Louisville.
Be surprised that Saints team with Tyler Shuck instead of Shedeur Sanders. I have heard it.
Tyler Shuck.
Quarterbacks, I think they just saw more upside in terms of the skill set, the size, the athleticism, with Tyler Shuck. They were able to kind of push aside the age. To me, I thought as a consistent passer, accuracy, touch, timing, I was the Shedeur Sanders versus Tyler Shuck. I was on Sanders' side of that, but look, you gotta find guys that fit you, and they felt more comfortable with Tyler Shuck. And I feel like every year, Rich, we talk about quarterbacks. You say this clump of quarterbacks is going to go in the second round. And as we're learning, there really is no middle class. You're viewed as a starter, which means you're worth a first round pick. Or teams have questions and they're viewed as a backup, and teams don't want to use second round picks on backup quarterbacks. So what you're saying is the Kenny Pickett draft, we went one. We were talking about Desmond Ritter and Malik Willis. Sam Howell, all those guys. Howell went the fifth. Willis and Ritter went third.
Pretty good.
DJ's saying is taking to be a starter, the others really viewed that way. And this is singular in particular. This is an indictment of the on-the-field stuff that they're going to have to deal with. Because on the field, I think he's a better player than the field.
Here's the Ravens. 59th overall. The first star will be a growing harvested and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger removal and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never stop giving, never stop loving, and never stop growing, so that no child will go without food. My son JW and I have the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected Mike Green.
Crap.
Linebacker, Marshall.
I knew it.
Ravens rock.
He was so close to Washington. So close.
It's my 21st overall.
I knew once the Ravens were on that
Not because of anything you see on the football field. He is
spot, I knew, okay, Mike Green's gone.
a gifted player.
I was hoping that maybe they'll pass on him, but
Was something that I think led to this
Mike Green and the Ravens
explosive.
that just connects.
Plays with tenacity, effort, and chase. This is the first thing.
That's a perfect fit for Mike Green.
I mean, it jumped off the tape when you watch him. You watch him against my alma mater at App State. That was a painful one for me. And then he goes to
He was so good at the Senior Bowl.
the week with the seat against Josh Connolly right there. Josh Connolly went in the first round.
Yeah, that's who Washington did draft. Why did we draft the guy who got
Round. So the Ravens, Ian got a tremendously talented
shoved to the ground?
If it was just about football, no chance.
Why didn't we draft the guy who did the shove?
This was not about football, though. Mike Green actually announced himself to reporters at the combine when he faced 2 sexual assault allegations in his past. One in high school that resulted in a zero tolerance policy at Virginia. Another at Virginia that caused him to leave. He has denied both. My understanding, talking to the team, some of his explanation was not satisfactory for them. He was off several boards. That is why he fell. The Baltimore now takes.
Thanks very much, guys. The Denver Broncos are on the clock now. Once upon a time, before they traded down twice, they amassed 4. The process of their third and fourth round selections, they already
The Ravens got a good edge rusher though on the field.
coming to the stage with the 60th overall pick in the draft. In order to get the coming pick, that pick is only 60.
Denver's pick is in.
Are on the clock again.
It's a blessing to be here, Broncos coach, and let me hear you. Wisconsin Badgers, baby. We got another one into the College Football Hall of Fame. We did it. Now, with that said, with the 60th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back, UCF.
Okay. 5'8", 205 pounds. Home run speed. We had a 440 40-yard dash.
This is a home game for CD, so I'm gonna pass the mic and let him talk about a guy I know he loves. Yeah, and here's what you're getting out of it. This is the guy who is not being in stature, but being in runs and production. And this is
He's a good receiving back too.
which I think is really, Joel, was going to leave Sean Payton to say, I like that guy. The ability to get out of the backfield, catch the football. In fact, his last year at UCF, Joel, added a little weight to his frame, a little ballast to it.
Give Bo Nix another weapon. Washington's pick is in.
Yeah, back to UCF.
We need an edge rusher.
Highly productive, was a quarterback, went to Virginia, transferred to UCF.
Or wide receiver. I'll take a wide receiver.
Brooks has more yards.
Chose the athletic Josh Connolly.
I mean, I'd rather have some sort of edge rusher.
Barry Clark's on this thing.
I'm okay with an edge rusher, a wide receiver, maybe like a corner or a safety.
Check this out. With the 61st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champions, 5 times World Champions, Washington Commanders selects Trey Amos, defensive back, Mississippi.
Thank you. We finally got some corner help. Man,
To see if there was some injury concerns, because I did not think he would be there.
I said I either wanted an edge rusher, a wide receiver, or some sort of corner or safety. And Trey's good. I'm okay with that. That's a good NFL comp. Tre'Davious White.
With long arms, and he's the reason why you see it at the corner position. Again, watch him get his head around, find and locate the ball and slot it.
Yeah, he's gonna be a good corner opposite Marshawn Lattimore.
Again, I did not anticipate
And Will Senistill as the nickelback.
Mikey Sanders still back in the nickel, which is what he thought he would play.
I just said that. Put Mike as the nickelback. That's a great pick. Put Trey Amos out wide on the opposite side of Marshawn Lattimore. And then, like I said, Mikey Sanisterre as the nickel. Great pick. I was iffy about the first round pick, but this pick, I like it. That's what we needed. We desperately needed, not really desperately needed, but we needed some corner help. Now we have a pretty good we have pretty good 3 corners on our defense. So Chicago's pick is in, Kansas City's on the clock, and Philadelphia is the last pick of the second round. It could go another offensive lineman or boost up that defense. They haven't they haven't selected any defensive players yet.
Second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle.
I knew it was going to be a defensive member.
This is a twitchy, explosive, great technique.
They drafted what, 2, 3 players on offense already. So you gotta build up that defense.
My favorite part about this, talking to folks at A&M, I said, "Do you get nothing about him?" And they said, "Oh, his uncle Fox is the team barber, so it's only right that he goes to the Chicago Bears. We gotta get Uncle Buck back there in Chicago."
That doesn't look like a scary defense in Chicago. Yeah, Grady Jarrett, Turner, Montez Sweat. That's a scary looking defensive line. Their first 3 picks were focused just on the offensive side of the ball.
Right there, force your march.
Their last pick in the second round was a offensive tackle. Now they got a defensive tackle to boost up that defensive line. Kansas City's pick is in.
With the 63rd pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Polgar number 9, defensive tackle with Tennessee. Let's go to
Get a running mate for Chris Jones.
Undersized, looking a full-time starter there, but when he's out on the field, noticing does a big-time burst in the effort.
They did lose Wharton to Carolina in free agency, so that's probably the replacement for Wharton.
And the big part was they had such a defensive line rotation tool that you remember. They won a lot of plays. So at certain times you say to yourself, does he have stamina? Can he stay on the field? Or were they just rotating people to such an extent? When Kansas City needs to help inside, let's play next to Chris Jones. We'll more Norman McDonald will get an opportunity.
the Giants are on the clock to kick off round 3. That's Andy Reid, by the way, with the shirt off.
I'll only get to find it before that.
Thank you, guys. Get on the screen. Oh, there's Wilson of Georgia, so I guess he'll be legally.
The Eagles' pick is in.
Eagles spot on pick of the
Second round is it. We'll get that when we come back. We kick off round 3.
Last pick of the second round. The Eagles, I mean, they could go offensive line. They lost Mekhi Becton. Or you just build up that defense with more Georgia Bulldogs. Get another Georgia player.
Well, second round picks from Philadelphia Eagles at the for eliminating now with the second round pick for the Titans. And the Eagles said they'll take on that game in Vegas. Sure. And then we'll have Jalen Hurts still go in the Super Bowls. Jalen Hurts has few best games in his life in the Super Bowls. We'll have him lose one of the Chiefs, and we'll have him dominate another against the Chiefs. I'm just paraphrasing what they were saying when they told us. Jalen Hurts, and they're about to give another second round pick to add to Shahad Campbell, who would be not a green or stole the microphone for taking rid of what's interesting. So, that's
They got Terrence Marshall Jr.? Since when did Philly get Marshall? Get Terrence Marshall?
so it's the very SEC player versus the field. With the 64th pick in 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makumba, defensive you guys who can take it away, and he's got incredible production off the football.
I was kind of hoping he would fall in the third round.
He's got a little Johnny on the spot to him, where the ball just always finds this tape.
That's a good safety.
What they did last year, he watched that self-proof machine with the interception.
They did trade away Gardner Johnson to Houston. So this is a great replacement for Gardner Johnson.
Gardner Johnson. So Chauncey Gardner Johnson, who was taking the ball away. This could be a nice move for them. I did that game against Michigan early in the year when I was preparing for that. He reminded me of a former Michigan middle of the field player, Mikey Sanders, still always around the ball hockey, great instinct, transferred from Clemson, 5 seconds, really good player.
Beginning of the third round. Okay, so Carolina, with that trade, Denver has Carolina's third round pick. We have their late third round pick. So we swapped third round picks. Okay. Doesn't look like Washington has a third. Yeah, it was part of the Marshawn Lattimore trade with the Saints.
Still on a draft board. Take a talented quarterback. First pick of the third round, the guy used to shut down a tornado. They got that basis on.
To all of our fans, you look amazing out there, and you look even better filling our stadiums on game day. So thank you for that. With the 65th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Darius Alexander.
That's a good pick. I was wondering where he would go.
I saw for the first time at the Senior Bowl. Then went back and watched it.
6'3", just over 300 pounds.
Sanders, one of the older players in this draft, but here he is making
He can move for a big guy.
interception down the field. But you saw this at the
Good pressure rate.
Look at his body type. I'm not saying he's the same player as Chris Jones, but body type wise, he looks like him as somebody who rush inside outside. When you talk about that pass rush, well, obviously you're saying next to Lawrence. Who was leading the league in sacks about 3/4 away through the season.
And they got Abdul Carter last night.
Rich, as you mentioned,
They're building up that defensive line.
still not stopped John. Entering the third round, so many teams have done quarterback homework. Raiders, Cowboys, Colts, Titans, and of course, Steelers and potential winners from the third round. This is not just about Sanders. Jalen Milroe from Alabama still has not been taking twin viewers from Texas. It is possible some of these guys could go actually before Shador in this kind of round.
Wow.
To round on the clock. His compensation for trading Jarius Sneed to Tennessee. So the Chiefs about to cash that big in.
2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Ashton Jelani, defensive end, Louisville.
And the Chiefs got yet another edge rusher.
See the production there in 2023. He's a D-line coach favorite. You just talk to much these teams, and my D-line coach loves his
6'2", almost 270.
He knows how to rush. He's really instinctive. So he's going to get opportunities when you're playing with Patrick Mahomes. He's going to be playing with an awful lot of leads, and he's got a chance to do what he does best, which is just pass.
Imagine this, and Jelani's going to the Chiefs. Going to this back. 12 Ashton's going to the Benji and Jelani. What's up, Andy?
You got a defensive tackle in the second round, and then you get an edge rusher in the beginning of the third round.
It's the third round in 2025 and 3 days.
Browns are on the clock. Their pick is already in. Raiders are on the clock. Unless Washington trades back into the third round, they do not have a third round pick. Carolina has a third round pick. Looks like they swapped third round picks with Denver in that trade. Could this be another offensive playmaker? Or they go back with defense? They do get the tight end from Bowling Green. Antonio Gates Light is his NFL comp. 6'3", almost 6'4", 6'3" and 1/4. So he's slightly above 6'3". He kind of reminds me of the Panthers last year's draft and Jatavion Sanders. That's who I'm getting. I don't. That's who I see. I see Sanders from last year's draft for Carolina.
He led the country with his 1,500 yards. Extremely productive guy. He's got safety in his background.
I mean, Jatavion Sanders played well in Carolina last season, his rookie season. So I think him, along with David Njoku, is a good 1-2 punch at the tight end position with Cleveland. This could be Sador.
Professional football. Do you agree? There are no bigger fans in the world than NFL fans. Do you agree?
Yeah.
I am thrilled to get the privilege to welcome another young man into the silver and black. I believe he has a commitment to excellence, and we are thrilled to get with the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select
Darian Porter. So they got a they got another corner. Akira Witherspoon is his NFL comp. He's 6'2" and 7/8, so about 6'3", 195. That's good height for a corner. Press coverage. Who can get after people, we can do that, and then he's physical and tough as a tackle. He's not afraid to tackle. That's a good corner if you're Vegas. So fantastic special teams players, he's only played 7 games at the corner. It's a good pick. Wide receiver. It took a long time to crack the lineup. Mentioned the special teams play. You have to learn that, Joel. You have to learn how Pete Carroll teaches those corners. That kick step out on the corner, a little bit different footwork, but the beauty is, since you only played 7 games at corner, you're not breaking a lot of bad habits. You're going ahead and really getting the guys started off. You know that in college, everybody graduates early and they go in their spring, of their senior year of high school. He didn't do that. You know why? Stand back at his high school in Iowa, so he could set the Iowa State record. They got 400. And what was it? 36-9. He also won the scorer at 21-7, so he could fly. But some years ago, better than all. 6 to 1 after the record all they had it. But it did so he went to his prom. So that they were ready to go, and he go out and show him like, hey, this is a high school, so he said something to go out.
Now it's time for the New England pick. Huey is picking at 69, which means Tom Gronkowski for Joseph Summer.
I was gonna say the same thing. Gronk is happy.
So you will see me in Green Bay and Carolina. It's kind of like right? It's okay. It's all right. We still have some little special helping you with the Patriots. They come up from London. I guess that's a little. Is that right? That's does take us into the set off fast. So here, so that's a news for you. That's a news for you. All right, thank you. Was a chit chat. Honestly, keep the ATS on his way.
That's a Green Bay. So it's now time to get this pick.
69th pick for 2025 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State.
Kyle Williams.
Transfer to Washington State.
He was productive in college. 14 receiving touchdowns in 2024. Tons of catches, tons of receiving yards, and he's quick. He is fast.
And that speed plays, it shows up as legitimate. He plays faster than a 4 flat Joel. He watches. He's an explosive.
He's going to New England.
Pretty extensive to preparing for the Holiday Bowl, which I hasn't been when they played Syracuse. He's got quarterback in his background. I think that shows up in his instincts and then just overall feel up the field.
I really like what New England's doing.
Highly trajectory down a bit, 17 yards per catch. So see if he can go get it.
Get a offensive lineman to get a left tackle to protect Drake May, your franchise QB, and then you pick Hampton and Williams to give your QB weapons. That's a really good draft so far for New England.
I put Jacksonville 2 for the next year draft with under consideration, so the Jaguars offense pitches over 88 total. Choosing Travis for last. In fact, I think it's a solo. So when no one is playing, it is amazing. You know, 1 year ago on this weekend, I cried because I thought I was going to be impacted. Find out. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 70th pick to Detroit Lions. Let's see what my future teammate will be. With the 70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac Tesla.
Oh, they got Isaac Tesla. Is it pronounced Tesla?
The Motor City just added a Tesla. This kid is
Almost 6'4".
His last career in the state of Michigan detail.
What a catch!
Big slide. We can elevate and high-point the ball down the field. He catches a lot of bumpers as well, and then you'll see his toughness and physicality after the catch. I don't know if there was a feel and a nuance to his game. His zone coverage is gone.
That's a good weapon for Jared Goff.
So this is the trade. 2 3s go to Jacksonville, and one of them is Detroit's. And they know they're going to get a compensatory third rounder because Aaron Glenn got hired by the Jets. So they took that one, sent it to Jacksonville as well. Got a 6th round pick. And he expanded from 102 to
Isaac Tesla. That's a cool That's a cool name. He's going to Detroit. Saints pick is in. Buffalo's on the clock. It's good. The Saints pick is in, and Buffalo is still on the clock.
Get colder by the minute. It's supposed to warm up and have sunshine skies tomorrow here for the final day of this draft. Eastern time, 11 a.m. Here in Wisconsin. 7-1. Third round. The Rolling Saints took the third quarterback on the board in this draft after Jackson Dart went to
The edge, Jackson, is still available.
So they are out of the quarterback lead. Question is, you don't way to pass.
I'm either thinking some sort of defensive player, like a defensive lineman, edge rusher. They need to get an edge.
All right. With the 71st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brennan from defensive end Texas.
They got a defensive lineman,
Texas defensive players.
6'5", 311.
Look at the size on this.
I thought maybe they'll go edge. They went defensive tackle instead.
Also played on the inside. He's someone who's got really quick hands. He can change direction. I thought when you looked at moving him around in that front, I thought the closer to center to go he was. So he could make some quick runs. Just finding the football, some of the instinctive stuff, that's his question mark. Because of the movement, did you see a little bit of, remember when B. Carey used to use Brent Bryant? Is that big, heavy, base end, the athletic? Do you see a little bit of that in it too? I think the ability to kind of move around is something that they get attracted. This is another one of those guys that we were talking about. He got stuck behind Devontae Sweat by Murray. Didn't really start a game until this last year, his 5th year there in Texas.
Buffalo has yet to draft an offensive player.
Since the start of the draft and Wilford draft along again, Tyler Shutt was the third quarterback taken in this year's draft. We're going to find out who the fourth quarterback is going to be. Now time for the latest pick from the Buffalo Bills.
Do they stick with defense or they finally pick a offensive player?
With the 72nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Landon Jackson.
There goes Landon Jackson. I was shocked he was still on the board.
Someone who just elevated through the entire process. Out of those top 50 players.
And he goes to the Saints. No, the Bills. He goes to the Bills at pick 72. I was shocked he was still on the board. I thought he would be in, late second round. My window for his draft slot would be late second, early third. And this is about early third, so I guess this is right where I thought he would go. They needed an edge rusher, yeah. I mean, Joey Bosa.
But he has to put in a full season in about 3-4 seasons now. So maybe they can help out with a little load management with him. They have him ready to go back to playoff time. And then Landon Jackson is a really nice addition up there. Speaking of a little bullshit from 2028, this one between I think the players, it's a fine stuff. Or just signed that Texas is part of their number one rank for boots. Some of those topics for us.
This is 25 years for me getting drafted. I want to give a shout out to Sean Ellis. A big shout out to Chad Bennington. And Anthony Beck, the 4 first-round picks we had in 2000. And also we got a $3.99. We got a 3rd round pick for the Bernie Skull from Florida State. With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zaria Thomas, DB, Florida State. Represent, man, represent.
Corner.
This is a tall, down point. Who, if you look well, if you look at a good time, likely goes at first at the top of the second round.
4.58, 40-yard dash.
Which that was the little bit of the question that instead of rank that top, I think that's what talented down this point in the draft. But the tape is actually really
6'1 and a half, 197. He's a pretty tall corner.
player, but someone who can really match up with the bigger guys you're going to see a lot of the league. From all, I thought saw a little bit of that initial suddenness. It's just getting maintained with the long speed. That was a little bit of the question concern this season. And DJ, what I thought when I watched him, it's his ability to transition. You're not going to see it here because it's playing the long ball. Watch his transition to the football. That's about like that.
That's good. His transition is good. Going after the ball.
Things in front of him. That plant breaking drive is really sudden, despite his 4.58 what he's at. You know, and he really only started this last year. You know, so to have some of those skills, I thought was solid for him. And I'll be really honest, guys. Like it was tough to find positives from Florida State. Started in the top 10, ended up being a 2-win team. But he was one of the bright spots. He played all three. So Furious Broncos, and Ranger, we get those guys. We get Zach by the time. Dallas doesn't make instinct. Moving down the line, the Patriots got on the clock as well. For the third round, the Eagles got them.
Okay. There's a couple interior offensive linemen still on the board that are good.
With that said, get the second fourth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois.
Pat Bryant.
Bryant, excellent size and production. The speed
54 catches, almost 1,000 yards, and 10 touchdowns in 2024. 6'2", 204.
extremely reliant on hands. He's strong after the catch, and he'll work in traffic. He's physical. He's tough. And Joel, when I'm watching him and how he fits into a Sean Payton system, I'm harking back to the Jets slap days for the New Orleans Saints, and I'm thinking of someone I think you're thinking of, Marcus Colston. And I was
Marcus Colston was a really good receiver
just got hired by New Orleans. They had just signed Drew Brees. He was in a shoulder
back with the Saints.
Reggie Bush and Mike Cass, a wide receiver from Oregon State, and yet Mike Cass was a good runner. I believe in there.
So that pick for Denver was the pick swap with Carolina, where Carolina traded up in the second round. We gave Denver this third round pick, and they gave us pick 85.
It's Colston up there, and I guarantee that's who he sees in Pat Bryant right now. Well, it's interesting because these big receivers, they're testing a little bit. Courtland Sutton's a big receiver for him. Devon Bela, that's how you're in Pat Bryant. Going out the door, 25 years is not big. Let's go. With this second pick, the 2025 draft, San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin, Oklahoma State linebacker. Drake Greenlaw's gone this year.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's their replacement for Drake Greenlaw.
Missed 7 games in 2024 with a knee injury. 140 tackles and extremely productive in 2023. And every time you watch it, all you think, Joel, is speed. Every play that you see is a flash flag. And I watch him do everything, whether it's rushing the pass or dropping in coverage. And DJ,
They needed to find a linebacker to replace Drake Greenlaw, who went to Denver in free agency.
against Texas in the Big 12 championship game, when he ran down Xavier Worthy to the middle of the field, I was actually surprised he ran slower at the combine than anticipated. Because
They got 2 defensive linemen, and then they got a linebacker.
and I thought he was going to have like the 4 fours.
So far, this draft, San Fran has been focusing on the defensive line and just the defense in general. They've been focusing on the San Francisco 49ers have been focusing on their defense this whole draft. Did Carolina just trade up again? They still have to pick 85.
What a triple night out here in Green Bay, huh? All right. With the 76th pick, 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Savon Rebel Jr. defensive
He's one of the best remaining corners in this draft. He tore his ACL during the season. That's probably why he fell. Almost 6'2", 195.
He's something between you and Mitchell in a lot of ways. You talk about someone who plays fast. And we talked about his great sack stories. Remember, he came out of school and didn't have grades. Ends up in Lewisburg, the junior college. And then goes to a tryout camp in East Carolina.
Once in a while, it's a shirt that goes in the alarm and now he's a Dallas Cowboy. I can't wait to see it. That's be a good right? What if it was?
Rich, his health is important. Obviously, the health of the quarterback position. The Cowboys, in general,
The Panthers traded up, and the pick is in.
season and knee surgery in January, but Koch tissue graft in his knee and he's long recovery, losing recovery. Your health will help all important considering.
Okay, they traded up from 85, who we got from Denver.
Carolina's thing is because Carolina once upon a time had the 74th overall pick in this round. They dropped down to 85, so they could move up second round.
Who are we gonna pick? Defense? Edge? We need an edge rusher. Hmm.
Carolina Panthers select Princeton, and the other.
Yes. We needed an edge rusher. We traded up and got one. 6'4", 244 pounds. Nice job, Dan Morgan, Dave Canales.
Just pure power, but this is how you would build it. Senior ball. Stand the problems. You remember what coach was asking? What's this mean? Something that guy over here. Tell me your last name. You're trying to tell me that it's 18, man. They don't think so. She was going to separate a bit. So, but you remember, came back after so. And he ended up going over.
That's awesome.
TJ's talking about the same looking body type. Opposite him was Jay Knight, who's also in this draft. Same looking guys. Go get back. Go get her back. We're 700 pounds.
We traded up for Nick Scorton, and then we just traded up again for Princely. We got 2 edge rushers. That is awesome. We needed edge help, and we have been getting that in this day 2 of the draft. Yeah, we needed edge rushers, and we definitely got some edge rush help. We got one in round 2, and then we double dipped in the edge department, and we got another one in round 3.
was you like this default at OSU. Now, at the time of his life, and James Daniels still on default. People Samuel Jones in that receiver room now. That's actually. Oh, Super Sanders still on that. He said, like, what is happening? Right. I don't think it's quarterback teams. I mean, that's all of it. I mean, there's just teams that are shopping for quarterbacks. So, they just can't hang up. We're going to get deeper into it. Certainly before the end of the number. Let's get the Arizona Cardinals late selection. Right. Arizona Cardinals select Jordan Burch, linebacker. Oregon. He's going to get a chance to play on the opposite side of Josh Sweat getting run over from Philly.
That's gonna be
Looks like he's a great technique.
6'4" and 1/8, 280 pounds. Ran a 4.67.
So to get a nice combination of the size and speed, on a steady rush with him, he's not going to just jolt you or shock you with that on CD, but just kind of gets that steady, smooth move. And on his feet, taking on the 10. A guy that I agree with you, I think he's better on the outside. By the way, good basketball background. He was 15 points per game, athletic guy. They said he could
The Texans pick is in.
It's got pretty athletic up front. The office when you find the draft free agency, it was very creative. Their picks have been on defense. Let's get the Texans' latest selection.
The 79th pick in 2025, Houston Texans select Jalen Hill, wide receiver.
Wow, there goes the other Iowa State.
See on their roster now. His teammate Xavier Hutchinson's already there. Jaden Higgins, where did he go?
They reunite the Iowa State wide receivers. Did they both end up in Houston?
That they had there for that offense. Rongo Beck's throwing the ball. These two receivers, and now when the Daniels beat up, Daniels hurt, and Stephon Diggs is gone. So it's C.J. Stroud. Man, get out the Iowa State tape and watch these two guys go to work. I'm a big fan of both. They're both top 50 picks. Noel's got speed.
Tough catch. They did draft them both.
It's at the facility in half an hour to an hour and a half early every single day. Elite off the charts wiring. Brock Purdy, by the way, put his stamp on.
Nice job, Houston.
Everybody
Snagging both Iowa State wide receivers.
Excellence in with ball. And then how about the productivity, guys? 245 catches in his career. I mean, you bet. Sign me up. Senior this week too. Best available Big Ten player. Maybe go to Indianapolis. They got Tyler Warren first round. Beats two allowed. Early receiving. Penn State and the Ohio State. Then it's time for the Colts third round. So make sure you know how to double back. With the 80th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Justin Wally, defensive back, Minnesota.
Okay, another corner.
Back to the Big Ten stores. And tell you what, we're seeing SEC and Big Ten an awful lot in this draft class. And Wally has got average size, but he's very instinctive and patient. He's going to be a nickel. To me, I thought his eyes were the best thing about him.
Yeah, he's definitely nickel size-wise.
Someone that was.
He ran a 4.40.
Move him up. This guy's going to get on the field very early. You're ready to play. What is it, Joe? You cover these guys a bunch, and I want to know what they're doing up there because they're doing something right. Because every time we did it,
Got another defensive player. A pair with JT, edge rusher.
Here, Antoine Winfield, right? These are guys who know footballs, how it goes for it, ain't gonna get it a lot, right? Number one, PJ Fleck is a stickler on standards, right? So if you draft the guys, kind of like an Iowa State. They've been through the ringer. They're going to be disciplined. They're going to know how to work. That's number one. Number two, the defense is more zone oriented. Like Iowa, like that eyes to the backfield. They know how to break it on the.
There's a couple good running backs still on the board. A couple good interior offensive linemen still on the board. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is still on the board.
Cincinnati's pick, first overall, Titans and Oregon. Cross coming by.
On Wisconsin. With the 81st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
You got a guard.
Georgia, another Georgia Bulldog offensive lineman. I'm surprised his center didn't go ahead of him. That's a little bit of an upset there. But Fairchild has a lot of potential. To me, you're hoping the best is yet to come with him. He's got strong hands.
6'5", 318.
Around a little bit too much, but I love the effort, the tenacity. He's always looking for work. And he will battle right away to be a starter. Remember they got Cordell Wilson and North Dakota State started from his rookie year. We got Vince Plumlee through the season last year before getting his job back. Alex Kappa is no longer.
He's a good run blocker.
Ford is the guy who's up there now. Oh yeah, well, guess what? I'm into wrestlers. I like to wrestle. Ballers. Creed Humphrey, Houston Wurst. He was 22-0. All pins. What? There's how many walkovers did you get with a guy just like, yeah, not tonight. You go ahead.
Let's take a break. We'll find out who the Steelers are selecting. The Tennessee Titans before that. Buccaneers and the Patriots again. We're in the middle of the third round. Not two here in Green Bay.
Titans pick is in. The Steelers are on the clock. The Titans pick. I mean, you could go offensive line. There's good interior offensive linemen available. The center from Georgia, I think, Frazier, the guard, he could go here. We're a little bit more than halfway done. Actually, never mind. Well, there's only 102 total picks. In tonight's draft.
There's somebody who's 20 inches long, there's the very two overall. The receivers get the effects. I'm ready to get into it, but let's get the Titans fit. Because then the Steelers had shot.
Titans. Either an interior offensive lineman. They could go defensive lineman.
2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Kevin Winston Jr.
Safety. So they did go defense.
Let's look at 5 guys this year where you're like, man, if this guy was healthy through the whole year, this is an NFL looking safety with his size, speed. Only 2 games this year before an unfortunate ACL injury, but he is aggressive, physical versus the and someone
Doesn't mind tackling.
love the value find right here at this point in time.
Time for Draft Buzz presented by Goodyear here on the floor.
Which number 83, a potential landing spot for Shador Sanders, the Pittsburgh Steelers. We talked about it. He did a visit there to the facility. A lot of love between Sanders and Mike Tomlin. Yesterday, they were still torn on what they wanted to do if they were going to make a selection. Oh, by the way, just talked to Steelers Nation Radio to shed a little light on this. He said if they do take a quarterback in this draft, it will not be someone who will contribute this year. It'll be someone for the future. For Aaron Rodgers, he says he does want to come here, so I think we may get word on that soon.
All right.
Okay.
Into the defensive side, lane side, it's time for the win squad to deliver the latest selection.
Could this be the spot where Shador Sanders gets drafted?
With the 83rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers, looking to be dominant once again, select Caleb Johnson, running back.
Oh, they go running back Iowa.
This feels a huge for Pittsburgh.
They did need a running back. They just lost
Currently, the top spot in the running back.
Najee Harris.
Fills a need for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I understand. We look at Caleb Johnson.
Great spot to find a running back
You know,
in the third,
see how
midway through the third round.
a lot of his work is in between.
Good value for a running back.
Right, but he's still able to break tackles, and I thought he ran it like faster than his 4.57 40. But again, everything's inside, it's north south, it's downhill. And when you get out in space, he's got some of that contact balance. We'll see guys bounce.
It's a good receiving back out of the backfield.
Harris, who just went to Los Angeles Chargers. Harris wore 22, this kid wears 2. Black and gold, the whole thing. Running style, very similar. Production that you're getting out of college. So another big bat to go with Jalen Warren is going to be a little bit of a smaller bat, but pass protects as well.
Tampa Bay's pick is in.
Steelers draft Derek Carter, Caleb Johnson, and technically DK Metcalf, right? That's their second round pick that went to Waller, DK Metcalf. Question is who's the throw call? We'll get to that in a second. It's time for Simeon Rice to come on back here with the latest Tampa Bay selection.
Got another hot one, Tampa Bay. Burning hot right now. With the 84th pick, the 2025 NFL Draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Harris, UB Kansas State.
Okay. Another cornerback.
Against the pass last year. So this is clearly an area that Jason Light wanted to address. Got Morrison a little bit earlier. Here they come back and they get Harris.
5'9", 191. Ran a 4.35 40.
He's compact, he's muscled up,
And he's fast.
toughness is well on display. See, he takes off guards. He's got a little dog in him. I think that's something that Tampa Bay Buccaneers talking about the physicality of offense.
He has a dog in him. Nice interception.
What does he do?
Yeah, and Mika Buka in the first round, and then back-to-back cornerbacks so far tonight.
He can move inside up third thing. Did that a little bit for Kansas State. Great production, by the way. We're talking about pass breakup.
The Chiefs just traded into pick 85, and their pick is in.
To the Kansas City Chiefs for flipping to New England. The Bears' 4th round pick next year that they got for Joe Snowy. the Bears. So here we go. With that selection, the Chiefs have moved up 10 spots.
Rainbow Patriots pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams, defensive back, California.
Man, a lot of cornerbacks. A lot of defensive backs are coming off the board.
Where the Kansas City Chiefs just scooped him up at number 85. The ball production, see on the bottom there, the pick six against Campbell. That was the first take that popped on. I was like, well, that's a pretty good first impression. But to me, I thought this one is one that I was higher on than the rest of the league. And then the more you fold around later, you started to find out he was getting.
That went straight to him.
Later in the process.
Cam Ward gave him a gift.
He's feist. He's quick. He has ball skills. 15 career picks. I love this pick for Kansas City. They needed to get better on the corner. And Trent McDuffie is one of their all pro there, but they've had some really inconsistent play on the opposite corner.
They have focus on the defensive
They like to move
side of the ball.
third downs too.
So coming up next, Chargers, and then the Packers are on the clock, moving our way to the bottom half of round number 3. The Jaguars, we haven't heard from them since they traded up for Travis Hudson.
Returning to the tribe, weekend draft is presented by Verizon. NFL, powered by Verizon 5G.
The Chargers pick is in, and Green Bay is on the clock.
It's 15-6. A lot of value out there. It's a ton of value out there here. And a lot of pumps for the third round. The Los Angeles Chargers are talking to what they have just selected. Jim Harbaugh on the phone. Claps all around. Huzzah. And the two of them until Amari meet the Trey Harley Orsi. Running back, they were wide receiver. What do you think?
Looking on the defensive side of the ball, I'm looking at a team that plays with a lot of light boxes, so you gotta have guys up front who can head up. And it looks like the run play got a gamut half of that defense.
Maybe another cornerback or a safety.
He wants to play nickel, but he's not big guys up front to do it.
Or defensive lineman. It is a defensive lineman.
Exactly. If there was a big man, again, someone, we saw a little more athleticism when we got to the Senior Bowl, too. It's like next to Derek Farman. A lot of people watch Derek Farman and say, now, hold up. Who's that kid playing next to him?
Nice hit. Forcing the fumble.
And can move. And one of the favorite things about him is they said, look, he works hard. He does like kingdom. So they said they could check his DoorDash app on his phone. A little carried away here, but you love him as a kid, they love him as a player. He just enters into the defense. The Baltimore second, you know this. They stuck there. You can snap up runs now. You know, having on those of your defensive taxes, they want those guys to be good. You got exactly what to do. Whenever the Baltimore defense, guys by the defense, when he's signing and retire, that's what's going on against them. So, Lee Jackson, he's trading up for 102 with Houston, City 9. You're going to pick them to back. We have not protected since sitting in Travis Hunter. But now they're going to go back to back the first and back. To look back and back to back to Jacksonville for next. It's because it's a long it's footage here. Turn slide, trying to fit the posture analysis tonight. I should take up any more time to find the flags here. This is in Green Bay. It's Matthew Golden. Last time. He's where you get there. He felt that the tackle out of NC State was their second round 16. They've got one in each round and the 2 sevens. And I just depends on Green Bay. All the way for the fifth year. Something about that word on what you need. So on Singles Radio, they expect any of all these teams say yes to the real soon. Well, here's a lot of questions. Let's see how they haven't done this. All of yours, ladies and gentlemen. We have got some old student poppers. Jared Kramer and Dean Blanche tonight. Thank you very much. And welcome to Green Bay, everybody. This is awesome. With the 82nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select
Xavier Williams. Wow. 6'3" and 7'8". 4'4", 840.
In this draft, here's just a wildcat. He's outside of receiver. They just get the ball to him in the backfield.
He's quick.
Athletes in this entire draft, he is huge. He's almost 6'4", 222 pounds. He runs this, and when he's running, he's looking to run through you and by you. He's incredible that way. The challenge in the run, 8 drop passes last year.
I see LaVisca Chenault. I don't think it's Debo. He's too big. Debo is not this big. I think LaVisca Chenault is a perfect comparison to Williams. I think Savon Williams and LaVisca Chenault is his NFL comparison. He's a similar height and speed as LaVisca Chenault. He's too big to be compared to Debo Samuel. He's a good wide receiver though. So Green Bay got two good wide receivers. That's a good DB. I gotta say the corners all flying off the board.
He's someone that was nice backside against run and make tackles. Didn't have to come up that much, but an elite tester and someone who has stops. Gets run down, fly, can run down. That's just they make
And a corner that actually is willing to tackle. That's good to see.
with Jacksonville still on the clock. After taking his defensive back, takes a wide receiver.
Jack Sawyer is still available.
Their first transfers with somebody else. That'd be kind of odd if they did that. Why is Shedeur saying this not good, Jeff? 20th overall, 88th select now in the draft. Stay sitting there a lot. To me, if it's just as a player, I don't have an answer for you. I can tell you that there's teams that have decided overall this quarterback class is that feel comfortable with it. They're punting. They're waiting until next year. You can make the case they feel like starters go in the first round. There's no reason to take a backup in the middle round. Just wait. If you're take a backup later. I think in the right situations, surely as a player in a certain fit, he can be a productive starter in this league, and that's why I graded him and ranked him where I did. Obviously, that opinion was not shared. I can't speak to whether they didn't feel comfortable wanting to coach him, or I can't tell if they say he just skill set wise, there's not enough ceiling and upside for us to take him close to the draft. But at this point in time, guys, we were in the 80s. At this point in time, the ability warrants a selection, and way past that time. There's a combination of factors going on. Because you're right, this is not on the field. If this is just about his playing ability, he's going to be drafted by this point. So it's off the field. It's personality. It's fit with an organization. It's a meeting that didn't go the right way. But one thing that I do know is that this guy can play. And someone's going to draft him. Now, this is where it gets into a difficult question, CD, is now you're going to draft him in for sure a backup mode as a big story. And that's and an even bigger story you created for yourself. Yeah, well, we'll get your thoughts in a second because the Jaguars are picking again. We're going to get this pick from Foley. Here's TJ Slaughter again. Back to back, baby. With the 89 pick in the 2005 draft.
He said 2005. Okay. 6'6", 313 pounds. That's a big guard. That's a big offensive guard.
Charles, your 2 cents on while we're still seeing Shedeur Sanders sit out there. 20th on Daniel Jeremiah's draft board. We're now at the 90th overall selection with the Rams in this draft. I think in a lot of ways, unfortunately for Shedeur, everyone connected with Sanders family, it's a little bit of what we're seeing in this draft. There have been many of these selections that have come off the board that we thought other people would go before these people, but this guy went, this guy hasn't gone yet. Teams are seeing people in different ways, different lights than maybe we might be seeing them, depending on how they graded. The other part is because of the name, the extra emphasis on why hasn't he gone yet? I think back in past drafts, Sam Howell was supposed to be a possible first-round draft pick coming into his last year. He ends up going in the 5th round. And we didn't come anywhere close to talking about, but why did Sam Howell wait till the 5th round to go? People see guys in different ways, different lights. And unfortunately for Shedeur Sanders, this is where the league is sitting right now. If he didn't get caught, if he's not a starter, they'll really want him as a backup. I'm not sure exactly what they're telling. I'm going to throw this out there. If he gets through the 3rd round, now he's sleeping on it tonight. And his team is sleeping on it tonight. I don't think he is hired officially. They've always just rep themselves through. I don't think so what you're saying is possibly when we come back through, I don't think you can go back.
Oh, and I think he has.
Some kind of banter around, but I don't think he can go back.
Oh, Ian is just jobbing it because you have to go to break. As mixed comment passengers that currently go back to college. I mean, I didn't think we'd be talking about this.
This is crazy. This is not supposed to happen.
About 2 hours ago. We'll get the Rams pick in a moment.
I mean, there's still. So we're on pick 90. And the end of the third round ends with pick 102. If Shedeur Sanders is not picked in this third round, I'll be shocked. I mean, you can't really compare him to Sam Howell, though. If we look at who's left team-wise on the board, the Raiders have back-to-back picks. This could definitely be an area where Shedeur Sanders falls to. 98 or 99. Heck, even Cleveland. They could draft him at 94. I mean, we'll see what happens. There's still about 12 more picks left, give or take. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Sanders still being on the board. I'll give you a wild one, guys. There is a possibility. I'm starting to hear this pick up a little bit. Dylan Gabriel, Oregon quarterback, may actually go before Stray. Talk about quarterbacks.
Wow.
Certainly an egg to watch.
Yes, wow. Went on that one.
Wow.
Yeah, I had him quite a bit lower. I was asked on a show like this. So, good 6-round pick quarterback. I thought I had a chance of that.
Here's a range.
Green Bay, I'm back. Let's get to it. With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart, linebacker.
This guy could fall. So, once again,
The Rams get an edge rusher out of Michigan.
Front 7. So they filled into their backfield last year. What do you think of Josiah Stewart?
He's a ball of energy. And you've seen him, Rich. Like everything.
He's quick.
Was curious. He did not test.
He is fast.
He ran at the 4.8s when he tested at his personal pro day. So I think that dropped him down a little bit. He had an opportunity from top 50, top 60-ish pick. Rams got a discount price because he didn't work out very well. Man, his tape is fun to watch.
You have something wrong.
Just saying, like he knew Mikey Sandersville from way back, and so Mike Sandersville lobbied the coaching staff to get him transferred from Coastal Carolina to Michigan. And between those two schools, the guy had 30 sacks and 47 tackles for loss. I mean,
Wow.
Productive play.
Well, they certainly know how to pick them on that defensive line in the front 7 there in Los Angeles. Taking
The Ravens pick is in.
Those who won defensive rookie of the year and played first as well, and get you so many young players on that Rams defense, they just added another from Michigan. Do you want to know what's the score now? Since you're keeping score. I mean, there's 7-5 Mariners. There's been 7 Buckeyes. They were taking the first 45 picks. That's 15% of the draft in the first 45. Still here. Who's ready to blow? Let's go, Ravens! So, guys, with the 91st pick, the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Henry Jones Jr., little tackle.
Now the guards are coming off the board.
Let's go, Ravens!
The offensive guards are coming off the board.
Players I thought would be listed as a guard, but he held up a right tackle playing for LSU. Think about Will Campbell on that opposite side. He's got very good foot quickness. He's athletic out of his stance. He can absorb pressure. One of the issues with him is just opens up his gates. You'll see it time you got to swing that leg open. That ends up short edges. You got some pressure. I thought he would better serve to kick inside play. All of them I would like this player if they announce him as a tackle. But you know, with Baltimore, as you've seen, he may be announced one play. Remember Daniel Balalela? They announced him, and he was supposed to be a dedicated graduate, right? Graduate, I go with I think guard. So,
Oh, wow.
Big guys up front, and then one personal pieces. That last play you just saw being made, that was punt coverage. How about that? So he's the personal protector, and then he's down making plays.
Wow. Okay.
And then the Romans on 75, 7 Buckeyes, 5 Wolverines. Probably 7 and 5 was Michigan.
Frazier's still on the board. Wilson, center out of Georgia. Sampson's still available. Jack Sawyer.
Right now, they're really questioning people in 10 games, 2 years. It's really no your decision. That's always looking up to us. Every question, the whole line. You know, like I was fired up about this whole thing, Joe. I was like, man, I'm getting back to college football. And the teams.
There's a reason why you are paying from the big house, sir. I'm going to taste you things like it as well. Gotta take your jacket off with a fast. This is so good. Spice the family car right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew, quarterback, Alabama, Jalen Milroe.
Wow. Wow. Jalen Murrow. Jalen Murrow to the Seattle Seahawks. Jalen Murrow to the Seahawks at pick 92.
As a passer, this is Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying that, but you can see the blueprint for how to bring in a quarterback with this style of play. He's someone the running we'll get to in a second, but attacking the seams, similar to Lamar, that he's way better working in the middle of the field than outside the run stuff, though, guys.
Jalen Murrow is super fast.
He's going away from everybody in the SEC, so.
Jalen Murrow. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. Give Geno Smith a backup that Jalen can run underneath.
So you take James Daniels and Nelson Zoom, or do you take Drake May? Dan Quinn was the head coach and is the head coach of Washington. What keeps them up at night, Joel? Those defense coordinators, that quarterback you can take off, they know. Yeah, and I just
That's a decent QB room for the Seahawks. Sam Donner as QB1, Jalen Murrow as QB2. They got Drew Lock and then Sam Howell.
Kind of knew that with Jalen Miller. I love when you talk about athleticism. It's not just speed. He's the best athlete on the field when he's on the field. And this was in the SEC. You know, there's athletes everywhere. And this guy, yes, you know, more than a few. There's definitely more than a few, but he was electric.
He ran a 4.40 40-yard dash.
He developed quite nicely in 2023 as a passer.
A quarterback running a 4.40 40-yard dash. Look at open field speed. You're not catching him.
was beating champion George Goodall.
You're not catching him.
He's developed quite that dude. He's gonna be with Caitlin DeBoer. Yeah, because DeBoer's with Penix. Looking good for having that Indiana and Penix was there. He was a dual threat guy. He basically developed him into one of the best team throwers that we've seen in a long time. But he only had 1 year, and so he never really materialized last year. They could have bottled.
Jalen Murrow gets drafted before Shador Sanders.
Oh my gosh! You remember Jalen Milrow in that first half and what they did and how they sprinted out.
That's crazy.
Second half, but what Milrow did in that first half, that's what we're talking about. That's what Seattle is seeing and saying, can we do something with that? Because right now, Sam Darnold's going to be their quarterback. Drew Lock is the backup, but they've got plans. All right, they've got thoughts about what they're going to do with it. Can't wait to see how it goes. Remember, they got a brand new offensive coordinator, and Cliff Kubiak is coming in, taking over for Ryan Riggs.
Sam Howell was there as well. It's a great his name. Minutes ago, Jalen Milrow in his final 2 years in Alabama, 32 rushing touchdowns. He had never in the last 2 years at Alabama was the guy who just announced it at the podium, Sean Alexander. So you never needs to inkling when Sean Alexander said this was a family fit that he went out there and was going to be saucing Alabama.
We thought it was good fit, but we thought it was, fraternity in terms of the school, right?
And then it turned out to be Jalen Milrow. Jalen Milrow was my 86th player. And by the way, the pick that Seattle used on Milrow is the pick they got from Vegas for Geno Smith. Talk about all the
Wow. What are the odds? Safety, Virginia.
That's a physical player.
Yeah, he's good.
You see him just off those crack blocks. They try and crack, and he'll go right through you. Just a very, very tough physical player. Ran well, tested well, all those things. When he was in the back,
4.48 40-yard dash at the safety position. He's a good tackler. Has some good hands. And that was a pick that they got from Washington.
Eagles and Vikings, no more. Quarterback and they're going to be Sean Watson in the conference. Then he knows what the future is. Kenny Pickett, they took up from the Eagles earlier in the year to Flacco. There was a comeback for the
They could draft Shador Sanders.
You can look so great in this offense. He's there. And then they started tonight. No quarterback, the 2 picks, and then they won again, no picks, so the quarterback stopped. Here we are. You have to pick them guy, you have to quarterback to the best. Yeah, some point
They said offense. They've got Judkins, they've got Bannon and City. At some point in time, they're going to have to add a young quarterback to this group. So whether they want to do it late tonight or whether they want to wait till tomorrow, we're about to find out.
Well, it's pretty late. We got a whole day tomorrow. We'll be on.
Let's see what the Browns pick.
Latest pick, the Cleveland Browns. Year in history.
The 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
So Dylan Gabriel is the
What did Shador Sanders do?
before not being Shador Sanders.
What did Sanders do?
Finalist for the Heisman Trophy that showed up in the league.
Oh my god.
It's going to Cleveland.
He's 24 years old, played a ton of football, 3 different schools, 63 starts. Yes.
5'11", 5'11", 205 pounds.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking out of it. He's got a wide walk, he's just not a big guy. I saw him play live at this Michigan game.
He's a lefty.
Conviction. He trusts what he sees and he lets it rip.
That's a good throw.
He's not a big guy. Those are the 2 knobs. I had an ex-general manager tell me that he would draft him to be a backup. And I'm old enough to remember his dad playing in Hawaii. I think the Bob Wagner, Dick Tomey teams. And you notice that throw right there? Was that the familiar DJ? Was that what 2 hands are ripped? Let it rip, flat throws, it into seams, and bam. Guess what? It sucks here and it just never falls. You can't remember this running back. You remember Small Farmer? Oh no, I played on that turf. You remember that turf and my head still hurts. And everything hurts right now.
Wow. Dylan Gabriel gets drafted by the Cleveland Browns
Drafted as a backup.
at pick 94.
Those things. This may be what we're saying. And with 3 schools, he's not as offenses and he's been incredibly well. Stein's offense, the offensive coordinator for Oregon last year. I think he's best when he's needed to go both. Fast hands, fast eyes, point guard, don't attack those intermediate throws. He's accurate right there. And he's a really solid leader. Dylan's a good player. So I talked to coaches that would think the Senior Bowl. They got all those quarterbacks that did at Munster. They said he was by far the most impressive kid that he said. They love the kid as well as whatever. Remember the tap, UCL, Oklahoma, Oregon, and it was almost UCLA. Remember he's going to UCLA, right? And on his way back. I was just saying real quick, when you're drafting a guy to be it's personality-wise, is almost more important than the other being. We're starting to see that a lot. What's going on, West Coast? I'm the Denver Ravens. In the 2025 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Jared Wilson, center, Georgia.
There goes the center. He was going to go at some point. 6'3", 310. He was the best center in this class.
They need a full makeover for that offensive line. Some of his offensive line coach stays as a star.
Goes to a great team who needs center and offensive line help in New England.
Texas, Miami, Eastern, everywhere goes to a lot of great Georgia.
If you're Drake May, you are happy to see your team draft weapons to help you out and offensive line to protect you. They're doing so well with giving Drake May some help. They got a tackle last night in Will Campbell. Got a running back and a wide receiver. And then just now they got a center out of Georgia.
really took what I could. And yes, New England offense, and they need that remake. Yeah, you got to take care of the public order. This up his spot.
The Falcons traded, and their pick is in.
So your son might not like your posture, but he's gonna like that drag song. Two different songs. My son does. My oldest doesn't like my posture. Like, what's up with this? We got straight. Oh, the prayer. Nice. With a 96 pick, she made the 2025 draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts, DB, Notre Dame.
They did lose Jesse Bates. Wait, no, not Jesse Bates. They lost. Did they lose Jesse Bates? I know they lost a safety. Was it Justin Simmons that they lost?
To me, that's a skill. Guys that necessarily aren't the most explosive dynamic athletes, but they just know how to play angles. They know to trust their eyes, and they play faster than their ability sets they should. I can't, listen, I can't talk about Xavier.
The Falcons are going, as of right now, all defense. Build up that defense. Okay, so they still have Jesse Bates. They no longer have.
Was the 7 interceptions as a junior, back that up with 6 as a senior, like you guys said, always around with the Nebraska catch the string.
The other safety.
You remember they weren't exactly loaded all the time, but that was kept in.
Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons is gone. Jesse Bates is still with Atlanta.
No, he's headed here. I mean, I know where he's headed. Here in stands for now. That's such an honor being here representing the Texans. Got so much gratitude and love from all the NFL fans, all the Texans fans that come out, travel up here. And the two biggest Texans football fans I know back at home, my sons, Henry and Benjamin. I love you boys and I'm proud of you guys. With that being said, we're going to trade the Minnesota Vikings. I'm trading the 97th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 97th pick, in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Smith, defensive back, starting back with him. Jalen's going to go with a versatile defensive backs can move, play any of the positions in the secondary. Outside corner, inside of nickel, back in safety. He's got experience.
4'4", 540, 5'10 and a half, 190 pounds.
So there's 5 picks to go. After that, the Las Vegas Raiders. Then, that former being over the base. New Giants. Then, the Eagles.
I think if Shedeur Sanders gets picked in this round, it's going to be either 98 or 99. That's just my guess. So my guess is, with the Raiders having back-to-back picks, pick number 98 and 99, if they decide to stay put and draft, I could see Shedeur Sanders being one of these. Actually, wait, didn't the Raiders haven't drafted a quarterback yet, have they? Pretty sure they have not. No, I don't think they have. See, I think either pick 98 or 99, one of these picks could be Shedeur Sanders. This is my guess.
So what is it that is it possible she goes in his landing spot? Top of the first round home and then 9.
They have back-to-back picks.
So matter of fact,
I think they could, if they stay put, pick Shedeur Sanders in one of these spots, either 98 or 99.
just use the pick that got from that trade and take Jim. And the Browns, way back in the day, back in the combine when Shedeur work out there. Cleveland was looked at as a landing spot for Shedeur, second overall. And he got then definitely top of tonight. And Cleveland had 2 picks, didn't take them. Had 2 more picks, didn't take them, or just didn't keep them. So here now are the Raiders. He's back in the mix. Good to see him there. After that picks, we're gonna see a lot of Raiders stuff right now. I'll give you the fingertips. Well, that's that first night. I remember looking at that pick at 21 and thinking, okay, if Shedeur Sanders does not go 21, man, he has a chance to the Steelers. He's probably out of the first round. But at no point in time did I think, golly, he might be a day 3 pick. Like that never crossed my mind. Well, let's see what happens here. A lot of West Tuesday coming up here. Back-to-back Raider picks.
I think Shedeur Sanders is one of these 2 picks.
Let's go, Raider Nation! Every meaningful opportunity I had in my life came because of the Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's going to have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider. And this man's going to have a great career. With the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders select Caleb Rogers, guard from
Caleb Rogers,
Caleb Rogers lined up at right tackle when he's playing all over the place.
6'4" and 5'8", almost 6'5", 212 pounds.
Fit out in space, probably where he struggles a little. But when you keep him with neighbors, he's got a lot of power. He's got a sharp punch, and also he's almost blocked football. He's got 55 games on his.
Let's see if pick 99 is going to be Shedeur Sanders. Because the pick is in.
Johnson there, snap off of guard to center. They don't have to settle it down on first spot of the guard position. What do you think now? Going back to back. 4 more picks to go. There seems to be a theme when you look at some of these teams, and with the Raiders, it's been physicality. We just saw a physical guard, we saw the most physical back in Ashton Genty, the most physical wide receiver in Jack Besh. They're creating that identity here. Pete Carroll, John Spivak get together year 1 in Vegas. We've talked a lot about will they or won't they take Shedeur Sanders, but one thing we know they're doing is they're getting more tough and they're getting more physical. One thing you know about coaches, the way that they win at one place is the way they're going to try to win at another place. And so he's trying to put together what was a very physical team in Seattle, and he's trying to replicate that in Las Vegas. I am so thrilled for this young man. What an opportunity they have. Extra is new scheme. 98th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Charles Grant, tackle.
Back-to-back offensive linemen, and it's not Shedeur Sanders.
Really athletic edge protector.
Gotta get Geno Smith some help. He's not mobile.
Solid, not as well as you would expect. Added some great quantity, stand up a little bit.
So build up that offensive line. I think it's a good idea to protect Geno Smith.
I just preach about all that physicality.
There's only 3 more picks left in this third round.
And
I don't think Shedeur Sanders is getting drafted tonight.
Watch the grass. Look at it. That's 2 points, guys. Take down. I was thinking the Berkshire Ferguson with body type, movement skills, things of that nature. Not at that level yet. But guess what? You know what else the Breakers got on this one? Colt Miller. What's going to happen with him as left tackle? Here comes Charles Grant. Got into development with these wrestlers. But I just want to tell you guys, in high school, I was friends with every.
The Raiders, I like what the Raiders are doing. They got some weapons for Geno Smith. They got a corner to develop. And then they're getting some offensive linemen to protect Geno Smith. You can't ask for too much more if you're Geno Smith and the Raiders. You're giving him help via the offensive line, and they gave him a running back and a wide receiver. The San Francisco 49ers pick is in. Phillies on the clock, and Minnesota holds the last pick of the third round, which is also the last pick of day 2 of the draft. Tell me, there's a lot of corners getting drafted in this third round.
Good player. Started out in North Texas and then ended up at Western Kentucky as a Hillside.
He's not the biggest corner, 5'8", 180.
Feisty, super sudden and tough. Ran the 4.4s, mid 4.4s, jump well. Fourth down, I'm watching the MTSU game, and he nice threw for a tackle for loss for a huge play in that ball game. There's just a competitiveness. I know he's not a big guy. CD, but I love the way. Also had a comparison with Tamir Robinson. Come out of Louisiana Tech. Ball skills, production. Meek Robinson, thank you. Ball skills, production, right?
Last two picks of the third round.
You come down the hall, Joel. What you looking at? And then you realize it's the guy who's looking that you're looking down at, and then you realize you don't want to mess with it. He's that type of player. John Lynch is drafting defensive back. Here's on the test. 6 steps in right. And by the way, put that to the Niners, Robert Zala, one of the 4 great choices of the creator so far on that side of the ball. So that's what's up in the Bay Area. The highly disappointing season as we all go to the San Francisco 49ers. Then there's the Denver Broncos who totally remade themselves. Certainly with the Russell Wilson trade.
The Broncos traded back into the third round with Philadelphia.
For the history of the NFL, this is year 2 of paying it off. The Broncos made the playoffs last year. They got the reigning defensive player of the year. They just get stronger and stronger and stronger. It seems with each passing pick, we find out who's 101, who they trade back into tonight for.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the human stick to the Denver Broncos. With the 101st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive end, LSU.
Edge at LSU, 6'5" and 3/8, 280 pounds. Ran a 4.75 40-yard dash. That's huge. That's a big guy.
This year, what about this kid they just picked up?
Yeah, someone who can play inside, play outside. I think that's on the edge. I'm giving him a little bit of a runway. He's sort of senior.
I don't know why it still says Philadelphia. You know, it changed. Never mind. It fixed it. Denver Broncos selected Jones, edge out of LSU. On the clock with the last pick of the third round is the Minnesota Vikings. The pick is in. Minnesota.
The Titans on the clock, the Jaguars for 8 minutes. Here comes the Minnesota Vikings, the Blackhawks race on night. City never really. The finish of the year on the leagues. Good. Everybody likes to discuss things to the stage for
Wisconsin. Hello, everybody, and extension hello to my Viking fan. Can I get a skull Vikings? Yeah. In Houston.
oh boy, students getting a little time.
Second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Tayshaun Felton, wide receiver.
Hey, Felton. 4.37 40 at 6'1" and 1/8 and 183 pounds. Man, this guy can fly.
And this is what I like most about it. Yards after catch, Joel. I think you saw him a couple of times in that game. He makes a catch. He doesn't just make people miss. He runs through it.
Wow. Minnesota only has made 2 draft picks, but you just drafted a wide receiver who ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. He's fast. He can definitely fly. And Sanders is still on the board. heading into tomorrow's draft day.
On the other side, that's the chance and more, but for Drake Trump, I'm shaking your hand on my record. Trump told flying, makes sense. He said to Fox Sports, but you know, your heart's crazy. And so, like, I'll be watching it next for Charles Davis. So for vision and difference, you're not. So, 90 and then second and third. Skip the box, follow me completion now, the second and third.
Well, that is it for night 2 of the NFL draft. And Shedeur Sanders has still yet to have been drafted. That is crazy. Shedeur Sanders is still available entering round 4 of the NFL draft.
Storyline to see the quarterbacks picked last year, what their teams would do this year to help these young guys. And I'll tell you that Elliott Wolf, hats off to you with the Patriots, Mike Vrabel and company. They've done a lot to help Drake May. It's been a good weekend, specifically a great night tonight for Drake May and the Patriots. Two things.
I definitely agree with that one.
Your evaluation is of the player. Don't take that as the gospel because the league's going to tell you differently. Each one of these 32 teams has a different way of looking at a player, whether scheme fit, whether they want traits, whether they want production, size, you name it. So every time you think you know something, they may tell you differently if it doesn't fit their team. That's the first thing. The second thing is the aggressiveness of these teams right now. Joel, the trades and the people that we're working with, these are things we never thought we would see within the division. You never supposed to. No one cares anymore. How do I get the best value for my team? How do I get someone that fits? And people are willing to do it all across the board. And obviously, we didn't have a quarterback go, but we had a number of quarterbacks go ahead of him. Talk about Shedeur Sanders. I'm not trying to get you there, but that has been a big part of the story tonight.
And you think, it's interesting you talk about when we evaluate outside of these firms, these organizations, we just evaluate players. When we watch tape, we evaluate their play on the football field, but a big part of the evaluation for these NFL organizations is the player and the person. And tonight for Shedeur Sanders, this is a time for some deep self-reflection because his play on the field would suggest that he should already have been selected. I think we would all agree with that. That they're in particular in this quarterback class.
Yeah, I don't know why Shedeur Sanders is falling.
Play on the field, probably
Other than
the selection over
maybe off the field issues, like character problems.
No, it wasn't. There's some things that he needs to clean up. There's no doubt about it. The reason he is undrafted at this point is because of the person that sat with those teams and did not, for whatever reason.
Maybe didn't have good interviews.
That's the self-reflection because this process is all about selling yourself and trying to put yourself in the best possible position to go as high as you possibly can. And, Shedeur tweets out, thank you, God, for everything. And again, I'll just go back to this, Rich. I think it is a night for deep self-reflection for Shedeur Sanders about what he was bringing to the table.
You see a league, though, that goes ahead and takes me with red flags like it's an amusement park about things that you want to touch somebody with a 10-foot ball, but we'll take that person because they're really talented. And in this case, what? Because he ended badly, because okay,
I would just say quarterback is different because of what Ian talked about earlier in terms of once you get past the point where you're drafting for a starter and you're drafting for a backup. Now, that red flag or issue becomes a story and a narrative, and now the camera and the microphone is in the backup quarterback's locker.
Wow.
Organization in football wants the microphone and camera in the backup quarterback's locker.
But that's also maybe part and parcel of head coach not being able to control the narrative. I mean, how many Bill Belichick would put velvet ropes around any campus, anything, and then that would be completely removed. If the Pittsburgh Steelers chose to do Sanders, what do you think? By the time all of a sudden they're going to have the narrative consume his livelihood? No, there's somebody like Cam Hayward in there, TJ Watt in there, a whole bunch of players that can absolutely handle this sort of thing. So I don't kind of buy it. The one thing I just want to push back on as well, or at least get your thoughts on, it's the narrative that I'm seeing everywhere that there are these folks that are trying to teach the Sanders family a lesson. I'm sure I know where you're going for a for I absolutely there's a narrative that
I did hear that.
The thought that the inner my mind tonight is Washington Sanders sitting wherever you are right now, and this has now happened. You can't help but start to think it's personal. Like this people decided collectively to get me. And I can speak about that from experience. I've encountered a few things in my life where I started to think, well, this is absolutely personal. You come for me. It is a hard battle to fight your way through, especially when you are sitting there hurt and you know you're supposed to be picked by your talent and you haven't. So I wish you luck with that one, young man, because you're going to feel it. I'm not sure that's entirely true, but it's going to be hard for you to dispel that narrative until, as Joel said, you get that chance to get to the starting line and start to run your race again. I hope he gets that opportunity starting tomorrow.
It's hard for us to sit here on the desk without all of that. We haven't been in the rooms. We haven't met with them. You're hearing things second and third hand. There's not that many things that really.
I'm just in shock that he's still on the board.
My free advice, take it or leave it. My free advice is someone who's scout NFL and spending these lists. If I was advising Shador, I would do it on social media. I would pick up the phone. I would get the numbers of some of the general managers of teams that listen. I would call and say, please understand, I'm coming. There's no cameras coming with me. Social media is not going to be a big part of it. Anything you might ever be concerned about. I'm a football player. I love this game. I put time into it. It's incredibly important to me. I just beg of you to give me the opportunity. I'm not going to come in there. I'm not going to come in there barefoot and feathers. I'm going to come in there and work, and I'm going to earn my job, whether that's as the number 3 quarterback, the number 2 quarterback, and I'm eventually, hopefully, going to earn your trust to get an opportunity.
He just needs a shot.
But this doesn't need to play out on social media. It doesn't need to play out in interviews. To me, I would be reaching out directly to those teams if that was someone I was thinking about. I like where you're going with that. The one thing that just keeps coming back to me, though, is this is a league built on all of that now. Hard knock shows, hard knocks in season, cameras following you around. Each team has its own department where the cameras following everyone around and tweeting stuff out and getting this fight out and the whole thing. So if everybody's saying it's because he's bringing his own crew in, I'm struggling with that one because every team is doing that now. This is a whole part of advertising it. I'd really love to know everything about it. I think all of us up here agree. We're not in those rooms. We don't know what these teams are thinking. So we're looking at it from the outside. By talent, this kid should have been long gone. Someone should have grabbed it and do it. What exactly is it? Remains to be seen. Remains to be found out by us on the outside. I don't know what the Sanders family knows or is hearing. I don't know what people are telling him or not telling him. I just know that if I'm that young man right now, Joe, it's almost impossible to feel that it's not personal. Here's my thing, Joel. The league has sent a message now. They might not like the message, but the league has sent a message. Now it's his opportunity to send his message. That's my opinion on it. But the message, to your point, I'm going to double down on what you said. They can't be humble. No, they cannot be humble. This has to be quiet, and it has to be humble. Well, if you notice, the cameras are not on in the house. I think that's wise. Okay, and again, just listen. I look at my cameras and so Dion's a gentleman when it's his own son, but when it's Travis Hunter, the kid just he'll drop. He's second overall because it's his talent. He wasn't coached up. It's significant enough way. Right? I mean, so Dion doesn't get the credit for Travis Hunter being second overall. I think we all said up here. Everybody, oh my goodness, he's got this reality show. He's got that reality show. Dion's going to start talking about my business in front of cameras, and all of a sudden my locker room's going to be a mess. unless you have a better grasp on your own offer and your own organization and you run it the way you want. And if there's anybody that would know about your organization's run by you the way you want, it's Deion Sanders who's clearly running the Colorado Bucks in the way he wants. And the number of people criticize everything about him retiring his son's own number and all that stuff. Is that nobody runs your position the way that he runs it? So why keep that behind the NFL?
It just doesn't come. Rich, there's so much about what you're saying. Go back to when Dion came out. He was so far ahead of his time. Then all we heard was people were afraid of, oh, am I getting this? Am I getting that? He's still.
Before I call it, let's do a brief overview of the last two rounds. The Browns went with linebacker out of UCLA, Carson. The Texans went Iowa State, Jaden Higgins. Seattle Seahawks, Nick Amenwalier. Cleveland went with Keyshawn Judkins, running back out of Ohio State. Trayvon Henderson went to New England at pick 38. Luther Burden went to Chicago at pick 39. That came from the that came from the Bryce Young trade. The Saints with the 40th pick drafted Tyler Shaw. I think it's Shaw. Quarterback out of Louisville before Shedeur Sanders. Mason Taylor, the son of Jason Taylor, the Hall of Famer, got drafted. Mason Taylor got drafted by the Jets. Donovan Escariki got drafted by the Dallas Cowboys. Edge out of Boston College. Terrence Ferguson got drafted by the Rams at pick 46. Texans went with a tackle at pick 48. Seattle went with a tight end out of Miami. Elijah Orello. Carolina Panthers at 51 traded up to get Nick Scorton. Edge out of Texas A&M. Benjamin Morrison fell all down to 53 to Tampa. Trey Harris went to the Chargers. Jack Beck fell to the Vegas Raiders at pick 58. Mike Green went to the Ravens at pick 59. So close to the Commanders. The Commanders drafted Trey Amos, cornerback out of Mississippi. We needed corner help. We can make him an outside corner opposite of Marshawn Lattimore and put Mikey Sanistill in at the nickel. The Chiefs got an defensive tackle. The Eagles, to end the second round, got Andrew Kuba, safety out of Texas. And then round 3, Chiefs went edge out of Louisville. The Browns got a tight end, Hill out of Bowling Green, to pair with David Njoku. Isaac Tesla, wide receiver from Arkansas, is going to the Lions at pick 70. Landon Jackson is going to Buffalo at pick 72. I think that was a good draft pick by Buffalo. Savon Ravel Jr. went to the Dallas Cowboys out of East Carolina. Carolina traded up into the third round at pick 77 to draft Princely, edge out of Mississippi. The Houston Texans drafted the other Iowa State wide receiver, Jalen Noel. to pair up with the other Iowa State they drafted in the second round. Caleb Johnson got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers for pick 83, running back out of Iowa. Kansas City drafted Noel Williams, cornerback out of California. Savon Williams got drafted by the Green Bay Packers at pick 87. The Ravens got an offensive tackle out of LSU. The Seahawks drafted Jalen Murrow, quarterback out of Alabama. The Saints got a safety out of Virginia. The Cleveland Browns drafted Dylan Gabriel, quarterback out of Oregon. Jared Wilson, the best center in this class, true center in this class, got drafted by the New England Patriots. Back-to-back Raiders picks. They both ended up being offensive linemen. We had a corner that went to the San Francisco 49ers. Upton Stout. The Denver Broncos got edged out of LSU. And the Minnesota Vikings got Ty Felton, wide receiver, who ran like a 4.38 40-yard dash at pick 102. That's the end of night 2 of the NFL Draft. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. And I'm gonna go ahead and end stream.